You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Colts. Slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
I'm Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to stay the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. The entire Braves pitching staff could not run onto that plane out of Cincinnati fast enough.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I hope you're doing great. I am, after the Braves 1, 2, or 3 in Cincinnati, and wasn't easy. Yeah, we talked about this last week. That was going to be a grind. That absolute. I didn't think all those games would be a one-run game. That never happens. But wow, high-scoring games. The last two, the Braves win 7-6. The first one, the Reds took 10-11. All 6 games in the entire series were one-run games, the 3 in Atlanta, the 3 in Cincinnati. So more on that in a second. Did want to hit up some batting practice real quick. Tonight, 7:20 Eastern, it'll be the Atlanta Braves versus the Minnesota Twins. And the Twins, well, they are leading their division as well. So we'll get into that. It'll be Sonny Gray versus Spencer Strider. And, you know, it really is unbelievable that when you look at this and you look at the fact that the Braves are going to have to play in 2 consecutive series, division leaders, in 4 consecutive series. Let's be honest, they're probably playing 4 teams that have a very good chance to make the playoffs. So this is a big stretch. And then when we get out of that, we're going to Cleveland and Tampa Bay. And those 2 teams, one is in second place in their division, and the other has the best record in baseball. So 6 consecutive series against very good opponents to finish out the season. Or first half of the season. As most people call it, the first half is actually going to be Friday. But All-Star break, most folks, as do I, look at it as the first half of the season. So unbelievable situation there. And you've got an incredible what is in front of us right now is a run that if we can keep our head above water, we're 6 games in front of Miami right now. If we still have a 6-game cushion going into the All-Star break, that'll be phenomenal. It would be outstanding if we grow it, which there's an opportunity to do that. I mean, we're playing the Marlins for 3 in Atlanta. If we win that series and the Marlins are going to start playing a little bumpier road, that was an easy part of their schedule. You don't like to call Major League Baseball teams easy, but Pittsburgh been playing very poorly. Kansas City Royals. I mean, you couldn't line up more. If this was college football, it would be, what do they call it? Homecoming. All these homecoming opponents back to back to back. We want to see the Miami Marlins play some Power Fives. That's what we want to see, right? So there you have that. Why was there no sports flash? We're not doing sports flash until after the 4th of July because we're doing a series this next week, and we hope you all enjoy it. I think a lot of folks will get something out of it. Once Upon a Pastime series. So after we get you set for the Braves country, what we're going to do is a Once Upon a Pastime series, and it's different topics and whatnot. We're going to kind of peel back some stuff and get into the nuts and bolts of things in Major League Baseball. And I don't want to tease the entire thing, but I can tell you today we're going to look at the steroid era and why was everyone okay with the steroid era back in 1998, but 10 years later, everyone, you can't put them in the Hall of Fame. So why was that? And we're going to kind of tell the story and probably give you some nuggets that you weren't aware of on all that kind of stuff, especially when you put it in the whole picture. So looking forward to the Once Upon a Pastime series. And there's going to be more coming from this down the road, but this kind of sets it up. This is a segment we have not done in a while, and I wanted to do it real quick. It's called What's Crackalackin'? And essentially, we're gonna give you some real quick hits on what is crackalackin' in the world and in the world of sports. This isn't always going to be sports related today. It realistically is, but just what's hot? What are the hot topics? What's crackalackin? Well, today everyone's reacting off of the Zach Bryan. He's a country singer. He had some kind of a concert up in Forest Hills, New York. Daniel Jones, the Giants quarterback, was on stage with him singing some song. I would be lying if I said I know who Zach Bryan was. I know who Zach Brown is, but I listen to country, but I don't know who he is. I guess he's probably a newer star, though he doesn't look it. He's a little long in the tooth. But anyways, I thought this was kind of low rent. He's in New York in front of Giants fans. Their quarterback's on stage. And in the middle of the song, he kind of yells out, "Go Birds," meaning because Zach, I guess, is an Eagles fan. That's great if you were in Philadelphia or you're Pennsylvania. And evidently he wore an Eagles jersey on the stage in New Jersey. And the only thing I can say to him is, you're trying to build your fan base. To me, if I was a diehard Giants fan, I'd be turned off by that. And I don't know if I'd want to go see them live again. It doesn't mean I'd quit listening to music per se, but that's where they make their money. It's going to live events, paying for the tickets. Singers nowadays don't really make jack diddly off their actual album sales and whatnot. All their money is made off the tickets. So I thought it was weird, man. It really was weird. It would be like me doing a concert in Gainesville, Florida. Tim Tebow comes up on stage and I start doing the tomahawk chop. Like, dude, give him his moment. You're in his neck of the woods, right? Anyways, really weird situation. What was much weirder? I wish I could give you the audio of this, but the problem is there's a lot of swearing and there's also a lot of it's kind of mumble jumble. The way he can deny it, but Antonio Brown has scrambled eggs right above the neck. I mean, he is just done. But he's on a podcast with I believe it was Tyreek Hill. It's kind of funny that Tyreek Hill's coming to his defense because Tyreek Hill has been known to kind of go off the deep end as well. But Tyreek Hill and him are talking, and they basically tried to blame the Buccaneers for when AB went boo-bats and ran off the stadium, or ran out of the stadium in New York, taking his jersey off and flipping off the crowd and all that kind of junk or whatever he was doing. And then he's bragging about how right after that, Kanye West and KD were coming to his aid and saying, "Man, don't worry, we got you. Come out here and hang out with us," kind of thing. Like, that's not helping your conversation. If Kanye West is the one that thought you were sane, that's not helping things, my guy. So there's that going on. And then the other hot topic, AJ Smith-Shawver has been sent down to AAA. And that kind of leads into our next segment, Braves Country. Here we go.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, Braves Country. Well, we got that W. We got the W on Sunday, the W on Saturday. We got the L on Friday. And I know all Braves fans want to win every game, but man, that's not how baseball's built. Not only does nobody go 162-0, nobody even really goes 120-42. You lose. This is a famous saying. And I wish I knew who said it. Forgive me. I don't have the quote in front of me, but they say that every team's going to win a third of their games. Every team's going to lose a third. Is going to lose a third of their games. What makes the difference between the haves and have-nots and the ones that go to the playoffs and have a chance to win the World Series is that middle third. Do you come in and win those games? And I felt like the Braves won 2 of 3 of those. They had they had an opportunity to win on Friday night. But the bullpen gave up a lot of runs. It's a stadium that lets the ball fly. It flies out of that park, and it's June, which means it's warmed up. You can go into Cincinnati in April and could sometimes get out of there with an okay bullpen. It's really tough. Cincinnati is basically Colorado East. It's not because of the elevation. It's the dimensions. It's the whole 9 yards. But you can look at it as Colorado East. I don't know how in the hell Cincinnati keeps their pitching staff together over a 162 game season. When we go into places like Cincinnati and go into places like Colorado, all you can think of is, man, I cannot wait to get out of here and go to a more pitcher-friendly park. Reds got to play 81 games there. And let's not talk about the fact that when they go on the road, they're not always going to Seattle to pitch. They've got to make their own trips into Colorado. See, I mean, I can only imagine what that coaching staff goes through trying to keep their bullpen fresh and healthy over 162 game stretch. It sounds great. And I'm sure a lot of the fans love it, but it's got to be a logistical nightmare to get through that. So there you have that. I do believe that what we're going to end up with here so now we have won 9 of our last 10. We're 6 games in front of the Marlins. We have a stretch of series going back to the Philadelphia series where you're playing Philly, Cincinnati, Minnesota, Miami. Then we finish heading into the All-Star break. The last week before the All-Star break, we have 3 games in Cleveland and 3 games in Tampa Bay. That is 6 consecutive series of teams that very well may be in the playoffs. And if they're not there, like a team like Cleveland, if they don't make it, they're going to be just on the outside looking in. Same thing with Minnesota. In all likelihood, you're going to have to win the AL Central just like the Reds are going to have to win the NL Central to make the playoffs. Because you have so many teams with very good records in other divisions. So this is a tough stretch. We can't get to that finish line fast enough. So the news comes out today that A.J. Smith-Shawver gets sent down. And I know fans will be all up in arms and how dare you and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of things that they're doing here. Number one, they're trying to massage his innings, making sure that he gets to the end of the season and can still be a contributor to a team that expects to be playing in October. That may be bullpen, and hopefully it is by the end, because if he's in the starting lineup, it means we've had some massive injuries, and some guys have never come back. But regardless how you look at it, they're looking at this. They may even do what was the term I saw? It was a pitcher, Jack Leiter in the Texas Ranger organization, who's also ex-Vanderbilt star. They put him on a list. I forget the name of the list, but basically it was a list to where he doesn't go on the IL. This is when you're in the minor leagues. You don't go on the IL, but you basically are put on a list to, it's almost like a workload management type list. I forget the term they use, but basically they're shutting down Leiter until after the All-Star break in the minor leagues because they want to watch his innings because he's bona fide star. I'd be shocked if Jack Leiter's not in their starting rotation next year. And they very well could be ramping him up to pitch at the end of this season. I mean, Texas Rangers are heading to the playoffs unless something dramatically bad happens. So there you have what the Braves are trying to do is they're trying to get through this. So now, if you look at it and go, well, but he was going to be our Wednesday pitcher, and he was. And this is why I go back to originally what I was talking about last week. I don't remember what show it was, but when they took Schuster and put him on Saturday as opposed to pitch Friday and Shawver on Saturday, the whole thing would have worked out a lot better because the guy who pitches on Saturday typically will pitch on Thursday. We're off Thursday, and you could have skipped him then. You could have sent him down there. It would make perfect sense. Instead, we're going to go in. They brought up Derek Rodriguez, by the way. So they brought up Derek Rodriguez, and this is going to make it very interesting because the Braves are going into this with a big question mark on Wednesday. On tonight, it's Strider versus Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray, very, very good starter. If you're not familiar with Sonny Gray is 4-1, 2.56 ERA. Sonny Gray, ex-Red, and very good right-hander. And Strider 8-2 with the 3.93. So that's going to be a difficult one to get through. I still like the Braves' chances. In fact, we're minus 225 on the money line. Gray tends to not pitch very deep into games. So Gray is typical guy that'll go 4 to 5 innings, pitch well. But he doesn't. But he normally. But the problem is, we all know the Braves like to ambush pitchers. You could normally get his pitch count up. Now we'll see what happens with it. But if Strider can go 6 or 7, it would make a huge difference. I mean, Strider needs to go 6 tonight. 7 would be great. 8 would be a lifesaver. Because that bullpen is worn down. Derek Rodriguez come up to help the bullpen. You can also look at it too. Derek Rodriguez, you look at it, you push it forward. Tomorrow night, the game is 7:20 again, and it's Joe Ryan versus Bryce Elder. Another tough right-hander. Ryan, by the way, is 8-4 with a 2.98. And we all know what Bryce Elder can do. So these are going to be 2 lower scoring games, you would think. And then Wednesday, right now it's a big question mark. It's got the old-fashioned undecided on there. They may wait until Wednesday or Tuesday night after the game to make a move and to make it a definite decision on who is going to play. I'm sure they already have a game plan in mind. But it would have been nice to have Schuster have pitched on Friday. He could have pitched on Wednesday. And sending down Shawver, who would have pitched on Saturday, would have affected nothing. I think a lot of this is reactionary because they got just absolutely pummeled in that series with the Reds with the bullpen. So we'll see what they do with Rodriguez, but he's going to get an opportunity to pitch in this series. The game gets out of hand. Mind you, if the game gets out of hand, someone might just have to go out there and take one for the team, so to speak. Let's say Strider goes out there and has a bad game. Derek Rodriguez might be asked to pitch. I mean, he might be asked to pitch 3-4 innings. At least 2, I would think. And now you still have the other usual suspects that will be able to come in. And if they do go bullpen game on a Wednesday, I could see, if this is assuming that they don't have to use all these guys, there's a way to build that with Colin McHugh, with Heller, and then Rodriguez. So there is a way to build that. But I hate the bullpen games. You don't know what you're going to get. Teams feel like that if they win a bullpen game, they've stolen one, and they use that term a lot. And with that being said, you've got to figure out a couple of things, which is, first of all, if they say they feel like they steal one when they go to bullpen game, that means they don't believe in their damn bullpen game. That means that they think they're going to lose it. They're okay with losing it. So I hate that. I hate that off the jump. I absolutely hate that off the jump. But this is where we're at right now. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And of course, Jesse Chavez being on the IL plays into all of this. Jesse Chavez would have been used at least twice during this past series. And I know hindsight's 20/20, but I really feel like that this should have been thought about last week about this time. Say, hey, when we go to Cincinnati, that's a pitcher's park. It's high scoring. Why don't we have the kid pitch on Saturday? Schuster keep his normal spot on Friday. And then when we go down to send Shawver down, we're not going to be it's a bind on Wednesday. Now, Soroka has pitched well his last couple outings down the AAA. When we heard that before. So that might be an option that they're going to use too. And that could just be a spot start. They could bring up Soroka and send him back down again. Because when you send him back down, he can't come back for 10 days? At that point, that pushes you past the All-Star break. So that's a very, very real possibility as well. What does the schedule look like? We're off this Thursday, and then we're off the following Thursday. So once again, whoever pitches Friday would be expected to pitch Thursday. And you're going to go into those series versus Miami and Cleveland. The good news is 2 of the lowest scoring teams in baseball. And Minnesota's down in the bottom third. But 2 of the lowest scoring teams in baseball. So you would hope that your bullpen's ready to rock and roll off that day off going into Tampa Bay. And at that point, it'll be all hands on deck because it's a 3-game series leading into the All-Star break. But it's trying to get to that point. At this point, we're just trying to get to that point. My pick to click tonight, I'm going to go with the pitching. Give me Spencer Strider. For him to click, he's got to go over 6. 6 1/3, 6 2/3, 7, somewhere in that area. He's got to give us a quality start. That's for sure. So my pick to click tonight is going to be Spencer Strider. I'm thinking these are going to be some quiet bats. I'm thinking this is going to be a low-scoring game. Twins are coming in without a day off. Braves are coming in with a day off. And both teams are sending out good starting pitchers. So pick to click. Give me Spencer Strider. Let's get 2 consecutive really good outings from him. Build him some confidence going into the. Hopefully he'll be the Miami. I would think Sunday is the way it would be built out. You probably get Morton on Friday. Elder's going tomorrow. So in theory, you could go Morton, Strider, Elder, but they like to give the guys the extra day off. So I think it'll be Morton, or it could even be Schuster. It could be Schuster, then Morton, then Strider. All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the steroid era and why we loved him and then we hated him. Remember, chicks dug the long ball until they didn't. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today.
It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com. It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way.
You're in Braves country.
All right, y'all. Braves Country. Thought we'd spend a little time today. This is a constant topic in Major League Baseball fans, and thought it would be a good time to address this because we get into a situation where you get certain narratives, and if certain people put out certain narratives through whether they're talking on TV, nowadays it's more you'll see articles about this particular topic. See a handful of articles and you just think that's it. That's it. That's the way I should think. That's the way everybody's thinking. I'm not going to push back. Well, today we're pushing back. So I want to take you back to the time period in question, which was, look, it really started, if you really want to peel this whole thing back, and the biggest question today that we're going to talk about is, why didn't we care about steroids at the time? Right? Why didn't we care about the steroid era while it was unfolding in front of our eyes? But then when the reports came out, the famous Mitchell report and whatnot came out, And then there was the testimony in Congress. So we'll get into that here in a bit. Then all of a sudden, everybody was up in arms. And all of a sudden, we were banishing people from the game. There were very few suspensions because they hadn't busted them and they had not outlawed it. But since then, people have kept him out of the Hall of Fame. So why is that? Is that the right thing to do? Is that the wrong thing to do? I think that's one of the biggest questions that you have right here is why is that? Right? Why did we go from adoring Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire in 1998 in the famous home run chase? One of the greatest summers of my baseball life. As a baseball fan, been a baseball fan for, God bless, it's been well over 40 years now. I liked it better when I used to say it hasn't quite been 40 years, but it's been over 40 years now. Since a small child. I loved the game. I wouldn't say that I really appreciated and understood it and really fell in love with the game until I was a little older. I'd say when I got into my teens, into my early 20s. Because when you're a kid, you go with the flow, right? And football was king. But, as we all know, you get a little older, your brain develops. You want something a little more to challenge yourself, and baseball is it. Baseball is it. If you're talking about sports, there's no better sport in all of the world than baseball for so many different reasons. And we're going to kind of go over that in this series. And I think that this was the best one to lead off with, the best topic to lead off with. Why did we not give two craps in 1998 about the home run chase? And by 2003, we were ready to banish everybody from the game. It's not like we didn't see it happen in front of our eyes. It's not like new information came about 2 generations later and we are poo-pooing and scoffing at those guys. Right? It would be so much easier for people nowadays to find out that in the 1940s, Joe DiMaggio was pumping steroids in his behind, and that's why he had the incredible numbers, and so did Ted Williams. And it'd be so much easier for us to go after them, attack the Babe Ruths, because we didn't watch them play. Most of the people that watched any of those folks play, unfortunately, we're losing that generation day by day. Very few people who are still around still saw Babe Ruth play. And you're a lucky son of a gun if you in your lifetime somehow are old enough to have seen Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani. Man, that's a tale to tell. But why is it that, so you got to go back to, this all starts for me, 1994, August of 1994. And I think a lot of y'all know where I'm going with this. But in 1994, Major League Baseball had a strike that ended the season. And for folks who don't remember all the details, essentially what it was, owners were trying to attempt to install a salary cap. And Major League Baseball players, they fought against it. They didn't want a salary cap. Now, to this day, there's still a great argument on whether or not baseball would be better. Baseball players as well would be better with the salary cap and a salary floor. Because if they ever install a salary cap in Major League Baseball, the players will not agree to it unless there's a salary floor, meaning every team's going to have to spend X amount of dollars. Which I still to this day think that is the best idea that you could ever have to fix the fact. It's a little different this year. We got some young and up and coming teams, but it would be the best way to fix the fact that on a year-to-year basis, there are more than a handful of teams in Major League Baseball that can't compete. Not for the big prize. They don't have that issue in the National Football League. They've got a salary cap that they've worked out. And they also have the television rights that are evenly dispersed. And that's one of the biggest reasons why Major League Baseball has what it is. Because it's got nothing to, for people to think it's got anything to do with fans in the stands, it really doesn't. It's a nice perk that helps, that really helps you build stuff in your community and to build the money coming in and to improve your stadium, improve the atmosphere, that kind of stuff. But where the real money is made is through media rights. And so that's why baseball, you have the haves and have-nots, and in football, everybody's got a chance. The Jacksonville Jaguars have just as much of a chance as the New York Giants. The Atlanta Falcons have just as much of a chance as the Los Angeles Rams. So basketball's got its own issues. Basketball, unfortunately, is an individual sport that's played under a team concept. And you have there, what is there, 10, maybe 10? I'll even give you a dozen to 15 elite players in that sport. And if you have 2 of them, you've got an upper hand. If you got 3, you've got a decisive upper hand on the rest of the league. And there's 30 teams. Now they're doing things to address that with their new CBA that'll come into effect soon. What they're setting up is you're only going to be able to have 2 elite players unless one of them takes one, unless the third one takes one hell of a salary cut. But as far as Major League Baseball goes, until they get to where they are all sharing equally, and that's going to be the biggest problem to, are the New York Yankees, New York Mets, Boston Red Sox, are they going to give up their media deals, the Los Angeles Dodgers, so that the Kansas City Royals can get their fair cut? What's their motivation? So in 1994, there was a work stoppage. In 1994, it came in August. We kept hoping. And that was when I really knew I loved baseball. Because I can remember running home every day after work, after school. I was a young man in my college years, and I was in college, and I was also working. And any chance I had, I ran to the television. This is pre-Google and everything else at your fingertips to get the latest update on what was going on with the work stoppage. And Major League Baseball decided to strike because they felt like they were going to get locked out the year after. Now, was that the right thing to do? Probably not. Probably not. Because they looked at it as, look, in a vacuum, it's really easy to sit back and say, man, what are you, a knucklehead? You're going to close the sport down and not have a champion? But they were looking at the greater good for the long term. At the time, I didn't want to hear anything about it. I was irate. I hated the players' union. Still to this day, as big a Braves fans as I am, I still to this day, I've gotten over it. But for many, many moons, I was not a big Tom Glavine guy. Even though he won the 95 series, the next year he was the Game 6 winner. That helped alleviate a little bit because Tom Glavine was the players union rep. And of course, it didn't help the fact that he went on to play for the Mets. So, but I've moved on from that. But that's so okay. So we take that and you're like, all right, 94. Some of y'all may not be old enough to remember it. Some of y'all may not have been alive. It's been about 30 years ago at this point. So what do we do from there? 95 comes back. Season starts. That didn't start on time, but it started pretty close to on time. Play ball, all that stuff, and we're all happy, and we're all excited, and we're all singing Kumbaya. But there were a legion of fans that did not come back. They felt abandoned for good reason, for very good reason. They felt abandoned, and they felt like that if they didn't care enough to have a champion, why should I care enough to watch? I was one of those people that stayed. I don't know, and people have asked me, I don't know to this day. I want to say I would have, but I don't know if in 1995, let's say I'm not a fan of the Atlanta Braves, who go on to win the World Series, not to mention the fact that in 1995, the Braves were in the middle of their incredible run, right? We'd been to the World Series in 91 and 92. 93 was such a close call. We came roaring back, took it from the Giants on the last day of the season. Well, the last great pennant chase in Major League Baseball. And it wasn't necessarily for the pennant, because the last pennant chases are realistically before they had divisions. Years ago, Major League Baseball, they just had the American League and the National League. They didn't have divisions. There weren't that many teams. I think there were 8 in each league, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the team that won the league, there was no ALCS, NLCS. You just went on to the World Series. And that's why the pennant chase for the pennant. That's why that term became so legendary, right? But that was the last great pennant chase, 1993. So we're coming off of that high. Then 94, we get kicked in the nards. It's a gut punch. And the Braves were in second place come strike time. But we were starting to play better baseball. And I still say if we go to the playoffs that year, I don't know who wins, but it would have been an epic showdown between the 90s Braves and the 90s Montreal Expos. That would have been, you had future Hall of Famers littered across the field. I remember when the Braves and Expos would play in 94 specifically, but even leading up to that, man, it was must-see TV. People forget the names that were on those teams. I mean, that was the cream of the crop. Let's forget the Braves names for a second, and let's talk about those Expo teams. I mean, or Expo team. First of all, they had the best record in baseball at the time. 74-40. Wrap your mind around that. And we were still in a puncher's chance of winning the damn thing. 74-40. Listen to the names that were on that particular team. Moise Salou. You had, Larry Walker, Pedro Martinez, 2 Hall of Famers right there. You had guys on that team that not necessarily Hall of Famers, but man, they were darn good and they were in their prime. Marquise Grissom, who went on to play for the 95 team in Atlanta that won it all. Sean Barry. He was a very good player in his own right. Solid player. You had a really good pitching staff top to bottom. You had and if the Cliff Floyd was at first base. Some of these names people aren't going to remember but they were in the prime of the time. Rondell White, John Wetland. A lot of people forget John Wetland was in that bullpen. Of course, he went on to Yankee fame and was it the Rangers as well? So just a heck of a team. Felipe Alou, one of the all-timers, he was the manager. You just had a very good team. As a Braves fan, I'm going to say they would have beat him because I'm always going to say that, but it would have been tough. It would have been tough. And Pedro Martinez in 94, that was about the beginning of one of the greatest runs in all of Major League Baseball as far as hitting goes. You want to listen to a Wars from back then? Listen to this. For folks who are familiar with WAR, you'll get it. I won't go into the whole weeds of it. But basically, anywhere above a 3 is a good WAR for the year. You 5-6, man, that's elite. Moise Salou, Will Cordero, Marquise Grissom, Larry Walker. They all had WARs above 3 and right around the 5 area that year, that particular year. Ken Hill. I mean, anyways. So I don't know if we go into that and you say, okay, what if you're a fan of a team that's not the Atlanta Braves that year, right? What if we'll take a bad team that year and we'll say 1995, we'll say, I mean, what if you're a Mets fan? They finished 21 games behind the Braves. Phillies did too. But those are two baseball cities. What if that year I'm hanging out, I'm a Padres fan, 8 games out behind the Dodgers. What if that year I'm an Astros fan, they finished 9 games out? Would I have held it against Major League Baseball? Would I have just said, I'm not watching your damn World Series? And if I was an Expo fan in 1995, which they sold off, their fans vanished from Montreal. They were rocking that stadium up to 94. And then they just absolutely disappeared. Okay. So let's say I'm a Montreal Expo fan. It's 1994. That's probably the best one to pick. Montreal Expo fan, 1994. My team is on the way to possibly the World Series. You cut the cord. You don't play the game. And I'm pissed. And then you sell my team away. Guys like Marquise Grissom go on to win the World Series for my division rival Atlanta Braves. We're 24 games behind them at the end of the season. I'm ticked. I've had enough. There's a good chance I don't come back for a while. And then eventually they leave Montreal because the fan base gave up on them, much like they have done in Oakland. Although, to be fair, the Oakland fan base gave up on them a long time before. Oakland turned into a disaster. And you can't expect a team who's got a good product to stay in a city that's not giving them a new stadium, that's not supporting them, etc. Which is what happened with Montreal. They toughed it out for a few years and like, man, we got to get out of here. Fans aren't coming back. Got to go. Let's go to a big market in the United States that doesn't have a team. Let's go to Washington, D.C. And that's what they did. So let's say I'm an Expo fan. I don't know, man. I really don't know at this point. It would be easy for me to say I love baseball. It's the purest game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know. there's a very good chance that I would be telling him to hug a root and leave. It's mid-90s. I could have gotten into the National Football League, college football. Michael Jordan was doing his thing in 1995. Well, actually, I think he was on his hiatus, but he was about to start come back and do his thing. I think 95 was actually Hakeem Olajuwon and company, but Jordan's about to come back. You could have talked me into, to heck with baseball. If I'm living in Montreal, or if I'm just a baseball fan who, whatever, my team isn't in it. So you fast forward a few years past that, and you're like, all right, so what happened? Why is it from that point in 1995, we're very cynical and whatnot, then here comes 1998. In 1998, the Major League Baseball season saved the sport, so to speak. Fans would eventually come back anyways. Major League Baseball is undefeated. And it's because it's the greatest game that's ever been invented. And it's the only sport where fans can go and have a good time with their families. And it feels like a family event. You ever been in an NFL game, college football game? It's pure chaos. It's fun, don't get me wrong. That doesn't really feel like something you want to take the kiddies to. It's also not something, I can tell you this, my dad graduated from Florida State in the 60s, and just Florida State was his beloved team, much the way I am with the Atlanta Braves. And it got to a point when he got in bad health, we went to a spring football game. So we're not even talking about a real football game where there's place going to be packed. They had a pretty good crowd, but we'll say it was about half full. Maybe a touch more, but the point is, at that point, at his health, his age, I realized that was the last game we were going to, because I couldn't maneuver him around the stadium because the fear that someone was going to run him over. So, baseball game, if he was still around to this day, there's no reason why. Heck, my mom, who is well, I won't disclose her age because I don't think you're supposed to do that with women, but she's 30 years older than me, so do the math. I can still take her to a baseball game and we can have a grand time. And that's the difference. So baseball is always going to be undefeated because of that. It's a different atmosphere. It feels like Americana. But the fans started coming back in 98. Why did they start coming back in 98? Because, my word, that ball could fly. And there were two men with big smiles on their face who were in the heartbeat of America. And they are playing for the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. The Heartland, as they call it, right? Unbelievable way that they took the country by storm, and not only were the teams playing well, but they were slamming the ball out of the stadium. Mark McGwire, the St. Louis Cardinals, who'd come over in a trade from the Oakland A's. Everybody already knew him from the Oakland A's in the late 80s, early 90s. He was the Bash Brothers. Now, little did we know at this point that he was the Bash Brothers. Little did we know that him and Canseco would be linked together again when Canseco would come out with that book that dimed everybody out and said they're all on steroids. I'm on steroids. They're on steroids. I'm still on the fence to this day if that was a right thing to do. Because I'm telling you right now, I don't think to be a part of a heist and then turn around and dime everybody out and say, well, we shouldn't have done it. That should have been your stance while you were doing it, not later. Does Jose Canseco ever spill the beans if his career continues and he starts smashing the ball and breaking all the accolades and continues on these home run chases, becomes beloved by? I don't think he does. Jose Canseco's book came out because his career was falling apart. His body was not holding up, even with the steroids. And a once great player was being asked, why aren't you any good anymore? So we might still be in the dark. If that would have been a Canseco, Sosa, Bonds, McGuire, it would have been a four-headed monster. I don't know if we ever get the truth. Canseco says he would have, but who the hell knows, man? That guy's, you talk about a guy you can't trust. There's nothing I can trust that he said out of his mouth. But here we go. And these two men, Sosa and McGuire, are about to take the country by storm. It's been 3 years removed since the strike ended. People are still a little bitter. 1997, it was Marlins and Indians, and it was one of the lowest rated World Series. Now, granted, it was because it was the Marlins and the Indians. No knock on the Indians fans, but there are no Marlins fans. Even the Marlins fans that I know, they don't watch the games. They say they do, but I know they don't. It's very obvious in conversations. So if a Marlin fan isn't watching a game, how can you ask a non-Marlin fan to watch your goofy World Series that you traded all in and went on all? So anyways, come off one of the worst World Series of all time. As far as the game played, it was a great World Series. Walk-off hit by Renteria in the bottom of the bottom of the ninth in the seventh game of the World Series. There is no better drama, but no one remembers it because nobody watched it. 96, we had a pretty great World Series. The Braves up 2-0. Then the Yankees come storming back. So that brought your New York fan back into the fold. But all in all, America was still kind of tuned out. 97 wasn't the greatest. And here comes 1998, and two men are about to change the face of baseball. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to start off with 1998 and why the steroid era was overlooked, and now it's ridiculed. We'll be back in a flash.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Armchair.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, The national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, the great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
So, okay, we are back, and this is the Once Upon a Pastime series, Braves Country, as we talk the game of baseball and what it means to us. And today we're talking about the steroid era, why in 1998 we didn't care that Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire were about to change the sport. We didn't know it, but we were in a very important time in the history of sport. Remember something, too, in 1998, there were two expansion teams that came in. Arizona Diamondbacks and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Now, that was following a couple of other expansion teams that they came on a few years before, and everybody had already seen that the Florida Marlins could go out there and win the World Series. And so folks in Tampa and folks in Arizona, they were excited. Arizona kind of followed the Florida model at the time, build it around some young guys, but also go out and get some veterans. Tampa Bay went all young. And honestly, you see how it look 3 years later, the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2001 are going to bring home the World Series championship against the juggernaut of the Yankees dynasty. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays will be awful for several years. In fact, it's not until they change their name to the Rays you start seeing them turn the corner a little bit. So that's going on. And why is that a big deal? Well, it's a big deal because, A, you're adding two markets that normally weren't there, add some freshness to the game. And the other thing is, especially in the game of baseball, but I think this happens in all sports when there's an expansion, there is an immediate impact on the product on the field, because in baseball, it's because the pitching gets worse. There are going to be, on any given day, a handful of guys that are playing Major League Baseball, pitchers. We'll say on any given day, in the day of relief, we'll say even back then, there was at least a six-pack of dudes out there playing in Major League Baseball that never, ever would have been in the league, except for the fact they needed them. The year before, they wouldn't have been in the league. You think about it's not the first batch, it's after the injuries, right? So now a guy who would be getting work down in AA, AAA because of injuries, the assumed guys have already been called up, and here comes another injury, and now you're up there. And you're not getting developed, and you're throwing meatballs down the heart of the plate, and away we go. I also believe at that time, I still believe it, the Major League Baseball behind the scenes told the umpires to squeeze the zone for several years. Remember 97? If you remember 97, and the home plate umpire Greg that he was squeezing Maddox, but he was giving Livan Hernandez. I mean, it was absurd. The enormous strike zone. And you would think that Livan Hernandez was the future Hall of Famer, not Greg Maddox coming up. You would think that Livan Hernandez had 4 Cy Youngs in his back pocket. So that was an asinine game to begin with, and here we get 98. And they had these meetings that none of us are invited to for good reason. And all of a sudden, that strike zone that year, I remember seeing a lot of games, even Braves pitchers, they were getting squeezed. And when I say Braves pitchers, I mean the big three. I think some of it was a reaction to that terrible job in the final playoff game for the Atlanta Braves the year before. But I think the other main aspect was they were looking at it as they're saying offense is going to be up because of the expansion. Let's run with that. Let's use that excuse and let's squeeze the zone and make sure offense is up. Because you make that zone smaller, it's a lot harder to get these guys out, and away we go. So the biggest story of that sports year, one of the biggest stories in all of the world, much less the United States. Baseball haters can deny it or not, but if you were alive in 98 and old enough to remember what was going on, you knew where you were when certain home runs were being hit by McGwire and Sosa. Most of us remember exactly where we were when McGwire broke Roger Maris's record. I won't say everybody does, but you definitely remember that chase. I can't do the same thing to people with other things. Does everybody remember? Oh, I remember exactly where I was when Peyton Manning threw this 55th touchdown. No! Because numbers are everything in baseball. Numbers are meaningless in other sports. So McGwire goes out and hits 70. Sosa goes out and hits 66. And remember, the beginning of the season, the kid, Ken Griffey Jr., out in Seattle, started the season both on a pace to break the record. A lot of people forget this. The people were, yes, we were monitoring McGwire, but Griffey. It would have been a much bigger deal and much more remembered if Griffey played for like the Dodgers or maybe even the Cincinnati Reds, which he would let her play for. Seattle Mariners kind of tucked in the corner up there, playing late at night, right? It's not a big market per se, and it's not a market that a lot of folks pay attention to. If you live in that area, sure, but I'm talking about if you're east of the Mississippi, you don't see a lot of Seattle Mariner games. I still don't see a lot of Seattle Mariner games. I call a boat ton of games, and I stay up late after my game to kind of wind down, and I'll watch a lot of West Coast baseball, and I still don't watch a lot of Seattle Mariner games. I'm more likely to turn on a National League, Giants, Dodgers, that kind of thing. But the point is, Griffey ends up with 56 home runs, which is a heck of a number, but everyone kind of forgets about that. That's one of those ones that's tucked away, and he's never been linked to steroids, and I don't think he did. I don't think he took it either. I mean, you just look at Griffey. He never looked jacked. He just looked athletic. And I would be shocked if I ever heard the term steroids and Ken Griffey Jr. in the same sentence with any legitimacy. So everybody forgets that realistically should have been the story. And if we knew what we knew now and all that kind of stuff, it would have been the story. It would have been like, yeah, these guys are hitting them out, but Griffey's doing it legitimately. There's the old term back then after McGwire broke Babe Ruth's record and the steroid stuff started coming out. And I remember there were the T-shirts and the hats and everything that said, sometimes they would have the number 70 on there. And they would say something to the effect of, yeah, that's all great and all, but Babe Ruth hit 714 on beers on. There'd be a picture of a syringe as well, and it said Babe Ruth hit 714 on beer and hot dogs. So I remember, I wish I would have bought one back then. That was a great shirt. I really wish I would have bought one back then. You just don't think of it at the time, but that was a great shirt. But McGuire goes on to hit 70. Sosa goes on to hit 66. And that number would only last 3 years. Barry Bonds in 2001 would go on to hit 73. So this has been going on for 3 years. Yeah, something that everyone else always forgets about too. Not many people would remember this. Who was the other guy that hit over 50 in 98? It was the first Major League Baseball history. First time in Major League Baseball history with 4 players of hitting 50 or more home runs. So you had McGuire, you had Sosa, you had Ken Griffey Jr. Hey, those are everyday names, household names. What if I ever told you Greg Vaughn of the San Diego Padres, he hit 50? So the home runs were flying. They were majestic. This is after an era. You might have one guy making a chase in the 80s and 90s. 80s, 1980s baseball into the early 90s, it wasn't about the home run. I grew up on a small ball. So these guys in 98 coming along, slamming the ball out of the building, it was new, it was different. It was, wow. Did you see that? See how far he hit that thing? Remember they had the Big Mac land up there in the left field seats, St. Louis Park for McGuire, Big Mac. The Sosa, you remember how cool it was? Sosa would run through the outfield with his hand on his ear, wanting to hear the cheers from the crowd. Man, baseball, it was fun again. There was always a Debbie Downer everywhere once in a while that would say, and I still don't like it since, and we said in 1998, I still don't like it because that strike, screw them. And by 98, when the ball's flying, 95, 96, 97, you go, yeah, man, I get it, man, but I just love the game. By 98, you just turn and go, shut up. I'm trying to enjoy a game. Talk to your therapist about where it hurts. I don't give a crap. I'm here to watch a baseball game, by God. So there we have it. 1998, hugs and kisses. Everyone's dancing in the street. 2001, we have the terrible tragedy, 9/11. But baseball brought us back. Baseball brought us back. First game, Mets, Braves. Piazza hits that home run. As a Braves fan, you hated to lose, but I'll tell you what, man. New York City needed that, and that was a very cool thing that happened that night. And remember, look, you already had the commercial from a few years back. I'm talking about in 2001. I think the commercial that came out in 98 or 99. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. It was during the McGuire run, and the commercial was Glavine and Maddox, Chicks Dig the Long Ball. Remember that? Heather Locklear, who was the hottie at the time. She was in the commercial, and she was coming by. She makes an appearance, and then she eventually asks, where's Mark McGuire? The two of them go, well, where's Mark? Where's Mark? But they're over there. They start knocking the ball out of the park, and like Chicks Dig the Long Ball. These are two Cy Young pitchers. Great commercial. 2001, 9/11 happens. We're crushed. 2001, Barry Bonds at 73 home runs, and the home run chase was on again. It felt like America. We were in love with the game. We were in love with America. And Barry Bonds breaking that record really made you feel as a baseball fan, an American baseball fan? I don't know how to put it into words as eloquently as I would love to, but I remember watching it. And I remember not wanting to see Bonds break it because Bonds was known as a jerk. Especially once I found out that we were so close to, you know, he was almost Atlanta Brave. Oh, this segment might be much different if he would have ended up being Atlanta Brave. But you know, Barry Bonds almost came to the Braves. Yeah, honestly, this segment would have been a lot different. This segment would have been the McGuire Sosa chase was a footnote in the annals of history. What about Bonds? Right? Anyways, so we go on, and here comes Bonds with the 73. And I remember watching it. I just gotten off work that night. It was late at night. It was a West Coast game, and I remember seeing Bonds break the record. I feel like I was in that same restaurant bar when he hit 73 as well. So the same mental, but I could be wrong on that one. But I remember him going 71. And I remember we were glued, and there were people who weren't baseball fans that were glued. There were women sitting with us that weren't even sports fans, and they were like, this is cool. Same thing in 98. 98 was much more of a fever pitch because there were two of them going for it. In 01, it was, can Bonds do it? And he did it. And so it is what it is. And I remember even after the season going, man, that's incredible. He broke it by 3. I didn't think, honestly, at that point, we were thinking someone else is going to hit 80 soon. So we're like, I'll see how long this lasts. But I still remember thinking, man, I'm still always going to think of 98 as the year that brought fans back. And the love was there. So, okay, where do we go from there? Well, it turns out that shortly after that, and look, you're on the heels of 9/11. The baseball season was a feel-good story even after 9/11 because you had the Piazza home run, you had Bonds, and then you had the New York Yankees making it to the World Series. And for the first time that I ever remember, I was pulling for the New York Yankees to win the World Series. They didn't do it. I wasn't devastated when Arizona, but I was wanting something I was really wanting something for the city of New York. And so we go through that in the next couple of years, and the offense is still going. And the Mitchell report comes out in December of 2007. And it covers the history of the use of illegal PEDs by players and the effectiveness. And it started naming names. And, of course, you also had the players who stood up in Congress during the same time period. Remember Rafael Palmeiro sat there and shook his finger and said, I did not do steroids. But Barry Bonds was alleged in this. Jason Giambi. I'm gonna go through the names that most folks will remember. I'm not gonna name them. Some of them were steroids. Some was through Balco, but I won't go through all the weeds of it. But here are the names, in case some of y'all just may not remember or may not have been too aware. Barry Bonds, Jason Giambi, Jeremy Giambi, Benito Santiago. That one shocked me of most because that guy sucked. He was a great defensive player, but offensively, he sucked. Gary Sheffield. And there are some names in here that sucked. But Kevin Brown, you remember him? Unbelievable pitcher, 98 for the Padres. Remember the Braves couldn't beat him? And, there's that country song about the 98 Braves. That was the guy on the mound we couldn't touch. Mitchell Report. Now he got paid. That was one of the bigger contracts that first came on the scene. I don't remember the numbers, but I remember being floored by the number at the time. Roger Clemens. Everybody knows Roger. The Rocket. Matt Franco. Eric Gagne. Remember Eric Gagne? It's unbelievable for a few years. Now we know why. Glenn Allen Hill. He was never that great, but I remember he had a couple of grand slams in a game. Todd Hundley. David Justice. Now, David Justice was accused of doing it late in his career, long after he left Atlanta. He was probably, it was the human growth hormone. He was probably trying to extend his career. Chuck Knobloch. I wonder if that's what gave him the yips where he could throw to first base. Remember Knobloch, second baseman? Yankees and Twins. All of a sudden he had the yips. A second baseman couldn't throw to first. A second baseman. You're damn near standing on the bag. He couldn't throw to first. They had to DH him because they'd signed him to this long contract, and he was a slap hitter. Oh, congratulations. You've got a slap hitter locked up long term to DH. That was a disaster. Paul LaDuca. Once promising career. Kent Merker. Remember Kent Merker? Denny Nagel. I remember that one hitting me hard, and I was after he left Atlanta. This was after Atlanta. He was being accused of doing this in the early 2000s, but still, I was a big Denny Nagel fan. Still am. Just it's a little different once you see these names. Andy Pettit. F.P. Santangelo. That one never shocked me. He looked jacked then, and he I don't know if he's still there, but he was broadcasting for Washington recently. Past few years, I remember seeing him. He still had veins popping out of his neck. David Segui. Always liked David Segui for no stupid other reason other than the fact that his first name and last name sounded a hell of a lot like mine. That's the dumbest reason to be a fan of somebody. I was like, hey, David Segui. Someone say Segui. Come on, Segui, get him. Then I found out he was on roids. I was like, I thought he was angry because he was a Segui. I didn't know he was angry because of roids. Mike Stanton. Another Yankee. At one point Brave, but this was an 0-1, so this is after his Braves. Miguel Tejada, that one was more remembered. Mo Vaughn, Fernando Vina, Rondell White. Manny Ramirez later on. He wasn't in the Mitchell Report, but Manny Ramirez later on. And Greg Zont. So those are the highlights of the names. And we got these names. He was released in 2007. And Major League Baseball players are on the defense. And they're being asked left and right. And remember something, they had been asked this. The Mitchell Report came out after this. I think some of us kind of mix it up in our head. But the Mitchell Report came out in 2007, and they talked to Congress in 2005, I believe it was. I think it was the spring of 2005. And there was the classic Rafael Palmeiro where he's shaking his finger and I didn't do it. How dare you, accuse me? Then you had Mark McGwire sitting there looking like the Incredible Hulk, and he's pleading the fifth, and everybody knew why. That was when it started to turn, and when the Mitchell Report came out, that bombshell of actually naming names is when we're like, we knew it. Dirty bastards, we knew it. Yeah, you suck. We hate you. We didn't care in 98 and 2001 and 99, 2000, 2002, because it saved the game. It brought a lot of people back, and it was fun. And sports is supposed to be fun. And we were willing to bury our head in the sands. We also didn't have a lot of knowledge of what the roids were. And I remember having conversations back then with people, and we would talk about how jacked McGuire was and Sosa. And I remember saying to myself, well, aren't they all on steroids? We knew the National Football League had gotten pummeled by steroids, right? We knew that. That was a given. They'd got, heck, Lyle Alzado had died of it already. So we knew all that was going on. And then you top it off, other sports have been popped as well, but I guess my big thing was, well, they're not testing for it. Why are they not testing for it? That's my biggest question. Why in the world are we not testing for it? No one ever gave me a legitimate answer on why we were not testing for steroids. And they didn't start testing for steroids because they didn't want us to test for steroids. They didn't start testing for steroids until all these reports started coming out, because then they were being told, well, you got to test for steroids. Now, remember, the Players Union always blocked it. And then once they got all the heat from Congress and just public opinion, then they're like, well, we should really start testing. It was all reactionary. So once public opinion turned, then all of a sudden we want everyone tested, et cetera, et cetera. The mob mentality came. This is before things would go viral, but that went viral. And now we go into a situation where, okay, we loved it. Now we're mad. When we come back, we'll talk about the effect it has today on today's voting and the look of the steroid era. We'll be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country, Once Upon a Pastime series.
Oh, dear, I forgot to put out that bread they brought.
We forgot to bring it in.
No, I brought it in. They never put it out.
Where is it?
I don't know. Where'd you put it?
Right over there.
Well, it's gone. Who would bring a bread and take it back?
Those people, that's who. I think they're sick.
You stole the bread?
Maybe they forgot to put it out. No, they didn't forget to put it out. It's deliberate. Deliberate, I tell you.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
And it turned out that old Honus was the best third baseman in the league. He was also the best first baseman, the best second baseman, the best shortstop, and the best outfielder. That was in fielding. And since he led the league in batting 8 times between 1900 and 1911, you know that he was the best hitter too, as well as the best base runner.
He had a powerful build. His 5'11" 200-pound frame, it was said, featured a massive chest that might have come from a barrel maker's shop, and shoulders broad enough to serve dinner on. His legs were badly bowed, but he had huge hands and arms so long, opposing players swore he could tie his shoes without bending over. Nothing seemed to get past him, and he threw so hard to first base that pebbles, scooped up as he fielded grounders, were said to arrive along with the ball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Okay, so we are back and we are doing the Once Upon a Pastime series. And today we're talking about the steroid era. We've gone over, if you're just joining us, we've gone over why we fell in love with these steroid players, why nobody questioned it. And now the Mitchell report's out. There's a groundswell. There was a player's a CBA due up during this time period as well. And in that CBA, they made sure that it was put in to the CBA that these players would start taking random steroid tests. And that's still into this day. And it's been changed over the years as far as what they test for, how they test for it. Is it because anytime you come up with a test, someone finds out a way to cheat the test, and it goes on and on and on. Of course, nowadays, 80 games the first time you get popped. It was a slap on the wrist before that. 80 games the first time you get popped. A full season the second time you get popped. And the third time could be a lifetime ban. So now we head into, all right then. We all hate you now. We said we loved you a couple of years ago. Now we all hate you. Now we got the pitchforks out. Let's get them. And there were a lot of fans that wanted to overlook it. There were many more fans that wanted to go after him. And then there were fans like me, like, I don't know what to think. And I still go on the thing of, we weren't testing at the time. So at the time, they technically were doing nothing wrong. But we all know that it was wrong. Right? And you look at, so the one person that everyone likes to point to is Barry Bonds. Not only because he has the 73 home runs in 2001, but 762 lifetime. But I, along with everybody else, believe the career home run number is still Hank Aaron at 755. Number 2 on that list is Babe Ruth. I don't put Barry Bonds anywhere near that list, because if you look at Barry Bonds in his career and when he was first being linked, when anyone with a brain knew that he was, something had changed. Head had gotten bigger, all that kind of stuff, right? You can cut it off around, to be fair, I won't go as far back as some people go. I'll say 97-ish. Because if you think 98 was the first time that anybody did steroids, no, it was a combination of the fact that they were on steroids, and a lot of people believe that the ball was tightly wound in 98, and that you had the expansion. So you had much worse pitching. I don't think I completed that thought, but when we were talking about Griffey making the run with McGuire at the beginning of the season, people forget that there was June of 1998 changed it all. Griffey kind of leveled out, and Sammy Sosa exploded that year. I want to say it was like 20 home runs in the month of June. So when that happened, here comes Sosa, here comes McGuire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you look at Barry Bonds, if you're just doing this logically, of when did it really start? Most believe that the steroids with him started probably around the offseason of 95 going into 96. That's why I always scoff at when people say, well, he was a Hall of Famer before he ever did steroids. No, he wasn't. If you take 96, which is where most folks believe it started, you can't go by Mitchell Report. That's when Mitchell Report knew about it. His head was already the size of a freaking cannonball by the time the late 90s hit. Everyone wants to say, well, he saw them hit the home runs and he said, I've got to hit home runs too. No, it's before that, man. Because he jumped from an average of around the 20s into the early 30s. He did have 46 and 93. Some want to point to that and say that was the beginning. I don't know. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that 96 was the beginning because that's when it became more consistent. When he really started slugging the hell out of the ball. But if you want to look at it from a logical standpoint, his first year was in San Francisco, was in 93. He was in a little better lineup. They also had that short porch and candlestick, and he went from 34 to 46 home runs. But okay, I'm going to assume that was legit because Bonds in Pittsburgh always looked like a legitimate baseball player. He didn't have some big swollen head and whatnot. He didn't look like, he didn't look like some Marvel comic superhero coming with a toothpick in his hand like McGuire did, Sosa did, Bonds did. That was mid-90s on, right? But if you take away, even if you give him the benefit of the doubt all the way to 1995, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt through 95, we'll say he didn't start. 96, when you saw the physical characteristics change, and over half his home runs came from then. He had 42, 40, 37, 34, then 49, 73 out of nowhere. But that's when you really saw him bulk up. And then folks quit pitching to him. So it was 46, 45, 45. And then he hardly even played in 2005. 2006, he came back. Nobody would pitch to him. So the point is, where do we cut it off and where do we say, oh, well, no, I'm sorry, but once you've been busted for the roids, I've got to assume once a cheater, always a cheater, you're probably doing something. And I can't say, well, okay, we'll just take out the year that we think you cheated and the cheat. No. Because if you did it that way, he's still like just under 400 home runs. And by God, Dale Murphy belongs in the Hall of Fame before we put a cheating SOB in there who would have had around the same amount of home runs. Now, do I think Bonds would have eventually got to around 500 or so? Yeah, probably if he hadn't gotten on a road, probably. And he probably would have. But you don't know what those human growth hormones and those steroids did. Did it prolong his career? Did it make him a better hitter? You know, the whole 9 yards. We could go into the weeds of that all night long. So I stand on the principle that I don't think you should ever vote them in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not going to change my mind on that. No matter how many knuckleheads come at you and go, it's the greatest hitter of all time. Is he? Is he? Or were you of the age where he was one of the first baseball stars you saw and it kind of tears at you that they never recognized him? You do the same thing with McGuire. Would Mark McGuire have been a Hall of Famer without the steroids? I don't know. Because honestly, Mark McGuire, from a pretty early age in his standpoint, looked like he was always in the gym. Now, he became gorilla-like when he got to St. Louis, essentially. I guess it was right before he got to St. Louis. By the time he was in a St. Louis uniform, he looked like a monster, right? The one thing that people don't remember with McGuire is that in 93 and 94, or was it 90? Yeah, 93 and 94, he played shortened season. Now, everyone played a shortened season in 94, but he only played 47 games. And so he only hit 9 home runs in those two. But before that, you throw his rookie year out because he only had 18 games. His first actual rookie year, where he won Rookie of the Year in 87, hit 49. 32, 33, 39, 22, had a down year. 42, then the injury started happening. And Oakland started thinking, man, are we going to be able to re-sign him? And and B, is he on the decline? 95 in Oakland, he hit 39. All right, he's back, baby. He's back. Is that because he started taking human growth hormones? Because he's like, dude, I can't stay healthy. Who knows? 96, 52. 97, he gets traded midway through the season. And in both leagues, he hit 58. 34 in Oakland, 24 in St. Louis. And the stage was set for 1998, 70. 1999, 65. Then he fell off again. Couldn't stay healthy. 89 games in 2000, hit 32 still. It's a hell of a rate. 32 home runs in 89 games. 29 home runs in 97 games in 2001. They called it a career. He had 583 home runs. He figured, hell, that'll get me in the Hall of Fame. It's time for me to step off. Body can't do it anymore. 16-year career. I'm out. And he almost got to the finish line before all the turmoil started in 05. 04, 05 is when it really started. 05, they talked to Congress. So we'll say 04. Had he retired 6 years before all that started, they would have already put him in the Hall of Fame, and then everything else would have been reactionary. They wouldn't have taken him out. So there were guys that actually got in. Okay, but we have to go back to the two rights don't make a wrong. Two wrongs don't make a right. And so the reason why I said the first one first, the two rights don't make a wrong, the guys that did it the right way, they've been wronged. They have been wronged in the annals of baseball. You look at the guys, I want to pick one that's near and dear to our heart to start off with. Dale Murphy finished with 398 home runs. He had a solid batting average of 265, an OPS of 815. Excuse me. Nowadays, 815 that's looked upon as darn good hitter. You want 900 to be considered damn good. And 1,000 OPS is, whoa, he's juicing. No, but seriously, Dale Murphy, he retires in 1993. His last full season was 1991. But he retires at the end of 93. Everyone forgets that he played. I think everyone remembers Atlanta and Philly. I think a lot of people forget in 93 he played as he retires as a Colorado Rocky. And I don't think there's any I don't think it was a coincidence that he went out to Colorado to finish his career. A team that was coming in, that they knew the elevation was there, because he was too short of 400, 2 home runs short of 400. But he couldn't hit his way out of a wet paper sack at that point. And maybe if he would have stepped away, honestly, in 91, because in 92 only had 2 home runs because he played sparingly on coming off Philly's bench, 18 games. But you look at what he did for the Atlanta Braves, winning back-to-back MVPs in the 1980s, He was a 7-time All-Star. And in the 80s, back then, 30 home runs was considered a lot. 40 was, whoa. In the 1980s, he was above 35. I remember 35 being looked upon as, in that time period, I remember folks thinking 35 meant, man, because you're up near the leaders, you've had yourself a year. 30 would be like, man, you've had yourself a heck of a year. 35 was, in other words, if 30 was an A, 35 was an A plus. And in 1982, 83, 84, 85, he hit 36 and 37 home runs. He hit 44 in 87. Even in 86, it was a solid year. He had 29. One of the things that gets lost about Dale Murphy had 161 RBI. So my point of this whole thing is he retires in 93. 5 years later, when he was becoming eligible at the end of the 98, going to 99, going to the 99 spring, he's dealing with the fact that these jacklegs who are on steroids just hit 65 and 70 home runs, 66 and 70 home runs. 4 guys hit over 50 that year. So the first time he's on the ballot, he's got this shadow. You only hit 398. And I remember some idiot saying, well, if he would have hit in 400, he'd probably be in. That's 2 more, man. 2 more home runs in a 16-year career. That means a couple of foul balls stayed straight. He probably had one stolen at the wall. Come on. So my point of Murphy is he did it the right way, and other guys who did it the right way, that's the 2 rights are making it wrong, because you're saying that he's not good enough in that time period, because in the mid-90s, around 94, 95 is when we started seeing the steroids come in. And by 98, they're rolling. And he's being compared to all these others, and that's not fair. He should be compared to his peers of the 1980s, and he was elite. Braves had some bad teams in the 80s. Had a couple of good teams. We had some bad teams in the 80s. But Dale Murphy was a household name, beloved by all, and he did it the right way. And he, I still believe, got penalized, because if he retires, let's say he's a tad younger, and he retires 1988, Dale Murphy's in the Hall of Fame first ballot in the early 90s, because they're going to compare him to his peers. But by 95, 96, this is the move on era. This is, we're about to lead into, we're right in the middle of the McGwire era. Sosa's on the way. Sosa was in the Chicago White Sox, was a stick figure. He goes to the Cubs, and he looks like he should be on the front of a comic book. So, and there's other guys. But before we ever talk about putting the guys like Sosa and McGwire and Bonds and A-Rod and Roger Clemens, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Before we start talking about putting any of these guys in the Hall of Fame, you got to put the guys that belong in the Hall of Fame. I mean, the Dale Murphys of the world, they aren't they the ones that you want your kids to emulate? You don't see a lot of people walking around with a Barry Bonds or Mark McGwire jersey on nowadays. There's a few. But you don't see a whole lot. And I just feel like, we finally get Fred McGriff in. Fred McGriff's numbers are very comparable to Murphy. McGriff also played in a different era. And I'm not saying the McGriff, there's no way McGriff is on steroids, but I'm saying that McGriff played in a different era with different pitchers. He went through, remember something, McGriff in the prime of his career went through 2 expansion years. That makes a big difference. A big difference. So, what are we talking about here when we're talking about worrying about if McGuire's in and Sosa's in and all that kind of stuff? I think there are players that we need to be more on it. And look, there are guys that shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. And in this series, we're going to talk about that as well. But you look at some of the guys that barely made it into the Hall of Fame and some of the guys that, that did not make it. And sometimes it's just a handful of voters that make the difference. I mean, as much as he's revered, did you know Fergie Jenkins only got 75.4% of the vote? You need 75 to get in. 75.4. He barely got in. He won 284 games. He hadn't had a Cy Young award. Al Simmons, 75.38. And there's still a big debate on him to this day. But there are names you would not believe that we'll talk about in other parts of the series. Now, some of them are skewed, and, we'll get into that. One of the ones some of the historians like to throw is, well, Cy Young, he only got 76.12% of the vote. Because they were just starting it was the second year of the Hall of Fame. You know how many names are on that damn ballot? Jeez. And they were only giving them a few names that you could vote for. The very beginning, you have to toss that aside. In fact, I don't know how good your reasoning skills are if you're bringing those up. If you want to bring up Ryan Sandberg, who got 76.1%, okay, fair enough. But he, once again, that's another one. If we want to talk about two rights making a wrong, now he got in, but it took him a long time to get in. Ryan Sandberg played second base in an era where second baseman did not hit home runs. Ryan Sandberg hit 282 home runs. That sounds like a small number today. That was a big number for a second baseman back then. I remember growing up as a kid, man. It's Ryan Sandberg. Everybody wanted to be Ryan Sandberg that was a Cubs fan. That was their guy. And there was a big debate on whether or not he should have been Hall of Fame worthy. And he didn't have to wait too long to get in, but the fact that he barely got in at 76.1%, I remember that happening going, what? Sandberg barely got in? What the hell is that about? No, what if you had a couple other knuckleheads? And I think he was helped out by the way, it's 2005 was his voting that he gets in. I think he was helped out by the fact of all this stuff stirring around, people going, hey, man, Rhino did it the right way. So the basis of this whole thing is this. I, along with everybody else, embraced the home run chase, along with the steroid users. I wouldn't say I turned a blind eye, but I didn't care that much because it was fun to watch. I really didn't even know it. I kind of assumed everyone was doing it. I didn't know the dangers of it or anything like that. But to this day, I'm going to say that there's no way I'm putting those guys in until we get in the guys that belong to begin with, and then we'll worry about it. But if you ever go to the Major League or the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, and I can't tell you how great it is, you've got to go and enjoy it yourself. But I can't endorse it more. I'll tell you that. It's one of the greatest things I ever did. And I went to the thing by myself a handful of years ago, just before the pandemic. Had a fabulous time. But in the Baseball Hall of Fame, Barry Bonds is there. The story is told. Maybe they need to do a little more for that era. It's a small little wing, but maybe they need to do a little more. But they're in the Hall of Fame. There's a difference between your story being told in the Hall of Fame. That's what a lot of people that get in these arguments don't know because they haven't been. There's a difference between your story being told in the Hall of Fame and you being honored into the Hall of Fame. And there is no honor in the way they got there. But guys like Murphy, even a guy like that so many people don't believe belongs in the Hall of Fame, Harold Baines, maybe he doesn't. But he did it the right way. And I've got less of a problem with Harold Baines being in the Hall of Fame than I do Barry Bonds. A lot less. So there you have that. I hope y'all enjoy these series. Once Upon a Pastime. More to come from this. But it's good to talk the game without talking the games of the day. Because baseball is timeless. Only thing I can tell you, if you're thinking about becoming a baseball fan, do it. It will reward you your entire life, your family, your friends. Trust me, it is a fun experience. And get to the Hall of Fame if you get a chance. Get to the Negro League Hall of Fame in Kansas City as well. That one's phenomenal. It's small, but they've done a really good job with it. It is phenomenal. Y'all have a good day. This was Once Upon a Pastime here on Braves Country.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk? You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Mama Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important
You have
trying to
any
save the
idea?
bubble? Really, this
You
is
have
what
any
you're
idea?
doing?
Dude, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station. The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. And simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. The entire Braves pitching staff could not run onto that plane out of Cincinnati fast enough.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I hope you're doing great. I am, after the Braves 1, 2, or 3 in Cincinnati, and wasn't easy. Yeah, we talked about this last week. That was going to be a grind. That absolute. I didn't think all those games would be a one-run game. That never happens. But wow, high-scoring games. The last 2, the Braves win 7-6. The first one, the Reds took 10-11. All 6 games in the entire series were one-run games. The 3 in Atlanta, the 3 in Cincinnati. So more on that in a second. Did want to hit up some batting practice real quick. Tonight, 7:20 Eastern, it'll be the Atlanta Braves versus the Minnesota Twins. And the Twins, well, they are leading their division as well. So we'll get into that. It'll be Sonny Gray versus Spencer Strider. And, you know, it really is unbelievable that when you look at this and you look at the fact that the Braves are going to have to play in 2 consecutive series division leaders in 4 consecutive series. Let's be honest, they're probably playing 4 teams that have a very good chance to make the playoffs. So this is a big stretch. And then when we get out of that, we're going to Cleveland and Tampa Bay. And those 2 teams, one is in second place in their division, and the other has the best record in baseball. So 6 consecutive series against very good opponents to finish out the season, or first half of the season. As most people call it, the first half is actually going to be Friday. But All-Star break, most folks, as do I, look at it as the first half of the season. So unbelievable situation there. And you've got an incredible – what is in front of us right now is a run that if we can keep our head above water, we're 6 games in front of Miami right now. If we still have a 6-game cushion going into the All-Star break, that'll be phenomenal. It would be outstanding if we grow it, which there's an opportunity to do that. I mean, we're playing the Marlins for 3 in Atlanta. If we win that series and the Marlins are going to start playing a little bumpier road, that was an easy part of their schedule. You don't like to call Major League Baseball teams easy, but Pittsburgh been playing very poorly. Kansas City was. I mean, you couldn't line up more. If this was college football, it would be, what do they call it? Homecoming. All these homecoming opponents back to back to back. We want to see the Miami Marlins play some Power Fives. That's what we want to see, right? So there you have it. That Braves country. Here we go.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves country. Well, we got that W. We got the W on Sunday, the W on Saturday. We got the L on Friday. And I know all Braves fans want to win every game, but man, that's not how baseball's built. Not only does nobody go 162-0, nobody even really goes 120-42. You lose. This is a famous saying, and I wish I knew who said it. Forgive me, I don't have the quote in front of me, but they say that every team's going to win a third of their games. Every team's going to lose a third of their games. What makes the difference between the haves and have-nots and the ones that go to the playoffs and have a chance to win the World Series is that middle third. Do you come in and win those games? And I felt like the Braves won 2 of 3 of those. They had they had an opportunity to win on Friday night, but the bullpen gave up a lot of runs. It's a stadium that lets the ball fly. It flies out of that park, and it's June, which means it's warmed up. You can go into Cincinnati in April and can sometimes get out of there with an okay bullpen. It's really tough. Cincinnati is basically Colorado East. It's not because of the elevation. It's the dimensions. It's the whole 9 yards. But you can look at it as Colorado East. I don't know how in the hell Cincinnati keeps their pitching staff together over a 162-game season. When we go into places like Cincinnati and go into places like Colorado, all you can think of is, man, I cannot wait to get out of here and go to a more pitcher-friendly park. Reds got to play 81 games there. And let's not talk about the fact that when they go on the road, they're not always going to Seattle to pitch. They've got to make their own trips into Colorado. See, I mean, I can only imagine what that coaching staff goes through trying to keep their bullpen fresh and healthy over 162-game stretch. It sounds great. And I'm sure that a lot of the fans love it. But it's got to be a logistical nightmare to get through that. So there you have that. I do believe that what we're going to end up with here so now we have won 9 of our last 10. We're 6 games in front of the Marlins. We have a stretch of series going back to the Philadelphia series where you're playing Philly, Cincinnati, Minnesota, Miami. Then we finish heading into the All-Star break. The last week before the All-Star break, we have 3 games in Cleveland and 3 games in Tampa Bay. That is 6 consecutive series of teams that very well may be in the playoffs. And if they're not there, like a team like Cleveland, if they don't make it, they're going to be just on the outside looking in. Same thing with Minnesota. In all likelihood, you're going to have to win the AL Central just like the Reds are going to have to win the NL Central to make the playoffs. Because you have so many teams with very good records in other divisions. So this is a tough stretch. We can't get to that finish line fast enough. So the news comes out today that A.J. Smith-Shawver gets sent down. And I know fans will be all up in arms and how dare you and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of things that they're doing here. Number one, they're trying to massage his innings, making sure that he gets to the end of the season and can still be a contributor to a team that expects to be playing in October. That may be bullpen, and hopefully it is by the end, because if he's in the starting lineup, it means we've had some massive injuries. And some guys have never come back. But regardless how you look at it, they're looking at this. They may even do what was the term I saw? It was a pitcher, Jack Leiter in the Texas Ranger organization, who's also ex-Vanderbilt star. They put him on a list. I forget the name of the list, but basically it was a list to where he doesn't go on the IL. This is when you're in the minor leagues. You don't go on the IL, but you basically are put on a list to, it's almost like a workload management type list. I forget the term they use, but basically they're shutting down Leiter until after the All-Star break in the minor leagues, because they want to watch his innings, because he's bona fide star. I'd be shocked if Jack Leiter's not in their starting rotation next year. And they very well could be ramping him up to pitch at the end of this season. I mean, Texas Rangers are heading to the playoffs unless something dramatically bad happens. So there you have what the Braves are trying to do, is they're trying to get through this. So now, if you look at it and go, well, but he was going to be our Wednesday pitcher, and he was. And this is why I go back to originally what I was talking about last week. I don't remember what show it was, but when they took Schuster and put him on Saturday as opposed to pitch Friday and Shawver on Saturday, the whole thing would have worked out a lot better, because the guy who pitches on Saturday typically will pitch on Thursday. We're off Thursday, and you could have skipped him then. You could have sent him down there. It would make perfect sense. Instead, we're going to go in. They brought up Derek Rodriguez, by the way. So they brought up Derek Rodriguez, and this is going to make it very interesting, because the Braves are going into this with a big question mark on Wednesday. On tonight, it's Strider versus Sonny Gray. Sonny Gray, very, very good starter. If you're not familiar with Sonny Gray is 4-1, 2.56 ERA. Sonny Gray, ex-Red, and very good right-hander. And Strider, 8-2 with a 3.93. So that's going to be a difficult one to get through. I still like the Braves' chances. In fact, we're minus 225 on the money line. Gray tends to not pitch very deep into games. So Gray is typical guy that'll go 4 to 5 innings, pitch well. But he doesn't, but he normally, but the problem is, we all know the Braves like to ambush pitchers. You can normally get his pitch count up. Now we'll see what happens with it, but if Strider can go 6 or 7, it would make a huge difference. I mean, Strider needs to go 6 tonight. 7 would be great. 8 would be a lifesaver, because that bullpen is worn down. Derek Rodriguez come up to help the bullpen. You can also look at it too. Derek Rodriguez, and you look at it, you push it forward. Tomorrow night, the game is 7:20 again, and it's Joe Ryan versus Bryce Elder. Another tough right-hander. Ryan, by the way, is 8-4 with a 2.98. And we all know what Bryce Elder can do. So these are going to be 2 lower scoring games, you would think. And then Wednesday, right now it's a big question mark. It's got the old-fashioned undecided on there. They may wait until Wednesday or Tuesday night after the game to make a move and to make it a definite decision on who is going to play. I'm sure they already have a game plan in mind. But it would have been nice to have Schuster have pitched on Friday, he could have pitched on Wednesday, and sending down Shawver, who would have pitched on Saturday, would have affected nothing. I think a lot of this is reactionary because they got just absolutely pummeled in that series with the Reds with the bullpen. So we'll see what they do with Rodriguez, but he's going to get an opportunity to pitch in this series. The game gets out of hand. Mind you, if the game gets out of hand, someone might just have to go out there and take one for the team, so to speak. Let's say Strider goes out there and has a bad game. Derek Rodriguez might be asked to pitch. I mean, he might be asked to pitch 3-4 innings. At least 2, I would think. And now you still have the other usual suspects that will be able to come in. And if they do go bullpen game on a Wednesday, I could see, if this is assuming that they don't have to use all these guys, there's a way to build that with Colin McHugh, with Heller, and then Rodriguez. So there is a way to build that. But I hate the bullpen games. You don't know what you're going to get. Teams feel like that if they win a bullpen game, they've stolen one, and they use that term a lot. And with that being said, you've got to figure out a couple of things, which is, first of all, if they say they feel like they steal one when they go to bullpen game, that means they don't believe in their damn bullpen game. That means that they think they're going to lose it. They're okay with losing it. So I hate that. I hate that off the jump. I absolutely hate that off the jump. But this is where we're at right now. I mean, this is just unbelievable. And of course, Jesse Chavez being on the IL plays into all of this. Jesse Chavez would have been used at least twice during this past series. And I know hindsight's 20/20, but I really feel like that this should have been thought about last week about this time. Say, hey, when we go to Cincinnati, that's a pitcher's park. It's high scoring. Why don't we have the kid pitch on Saturday? Schuster keep his normal spot on Friday, and then when we go down to send Shawver down, we're not going to be in a. I mean, it's a bind on Wednesday. Now, Soroka has pitched well his last couple outings down the AAA. When we heard that before? So that might be an option that they're going to use too. And that could just be a spot start. They could bring up Soroka and send him back down again. Because when you send him back down, he can't come back for 10 days? At that point, that pushes you past the All-Star break. So that's a very, very real possibility as well. What does the schedule look like? We're off this Thursday, and then we're off the following Thursday. So once again, whoever pitches Friday would be expected to pitch Thursday. And you're going to go into those series versus Miami and Cleveland. The good news is 2 of the lowest scoring teams in baseball. And Minnesota's down in the bottom third. But 2 of the lowest scoring teams in baseball. So you would hope that your bullpen's ready to rock and roll off that day off going into Tampa Bay. And at that point, it'll be all hands on deck because it's a 3-game series leading into the All-Star break. But it's trying to get to that point. At this point, we're just trying to get to that point. My pick to click tonight, I'm going to go with the pitching. Give me Spencer Strider. For him to click, he's got to go over 6. 6 1/3, 6 2/3, 7, somewhere in that area. He's got to give us a quality start. That's for sure. So my pick to click tonight is going to be Spencer Strider. I'm thinking these are going to be some quiet bats. I'm thinking this is going to be a low-scoring game. Twins are coming in without a day off. Braves are coming in without a day off. And both teams are sending out good starting pitchers. So pick to click. Give me Spencer Strider. Let's get 2 consecutive really good outings from him. Build him some confidence going into the. Hopefully he'll be the Miami. I would think Sunday is the way it would be built out. You probably get Morton on Friday. Elder's going tomorrow. So in theory, you could go Morton, Strider, Elder, but they like to give the guys the extra day off. So I think it'll be Morton, or it could even be Schuster. It could be Schuster, then Morton, then Strider. All right. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
It's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Minnesota Twins, Julian is in the designated hitter position tonight, batting .252, 4 home runs, 8 RBI, and a stolen base. Kirilloff, batting second, playing first with 4 home runs, 13 RBI, a .255 average. Max Kepler's in right field, 10 homers, 23 RBI, a .207 clip. Carlos Correa, batting .216, 11 home runs, 37 RBI. He is the shortstop. Castro will be in center field with 5 homers, 15 RBI, 14 stolen bases, and a .256 average. Solano is the second baseman tonight with 3 homers, 19 RBI, a .277 clip. Joey Gallo, 12 homers, 182 average, and 25 RBI. And Farmer is playing third, batting 8th, 16 RBI, 4 homers, a stolen base, .255 on the year. Jeffers is behind home plate, batting 9th, 3 homers, 10 RBI, and a .272 average. On the mound for the Minnesota Twins, Sonny Gray, he comes in 4-1 on the year through 81 innings, a .256 ERA, 1.3 whip, 73 hits allowed, 84 strikeouts, 32 walks, and 2 home runs given up. Known as a ground ball pitcher. Spencer Strider, night in Hotlanta, GA. He comes in 8-2 on the year with a 3.93 ERA, 1.15 whip, 84 2/3 innings pitched, 67 hits allowed, 136 strikeouts, 30 walks given up, and 12 home runs on the year. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves and playing right field in the bottom of the first, Ronald Acuna Jr. will start it with 16 home runs, 47 RBI, and 35 stolen bases. Ozzie Albies playing second, batting second, 18 homers, 55 RBI, 6 stolen bases, a .266 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 13 homers, 38 RBI, 2 stolen bases, a .265 average. Matt Olson, the league leader in home runs at 25 and playing first base, 60 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .236 average. Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate tonight, 283 clip, 18 RBI, and 6 stolen bases. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, he's batting 7th with 15 homers, 36 RBI, and a .245 average. Eddie Rosario, batting 7th with 13 homers, 37 RBI, a stolen base, and a .275 average. And Orlando Arcia is batting 8th from the shortstop position, 6 homers, 26 RBI, a stolen base, and a .318 average. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves with 6 home runs, 21 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .249 on the year. That's your starting lineups for Game 1 of Braves versus Twins. The umpires for tonight's action: behind home plate, Tom Hanahan. At the first base bag, Alex Tosi. Second base will be manned by Todd Titchener. And down the third base line, it's David Rackley. We're live here from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, which holds 41,149 seats. The Braves are minus 235 on the money line. Over under is 8.5. Braves come in 50-27 on the year, 24-15 at home. Twins 40-39, 17-20 on the road. Well, it's about that time. Get you a cold one. find you an armchair. It's Braves Twins, game 1 of 3. We'll bring you pitch by pitch, play by play, your Atlanta Braves all series long. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Please like and subscribe. All right, Braves Country, we are ready for Braves versus Twins. And look, kind of went over this at the pregame, but my biggest hope is that we don't come out flat. It's going to be that was a grueling series, and I would have loved, looking at it beforehand, I would have said, man, it's great that we're going to get a day off before we play Miami. Now I'm thinking we needed a day off after going into Cincinnati. So I would have loved a day off to just rest the arms. But if y'all missed the news, Shawver has been sent down, and the replacement's Derek Rodriguez, which he'll go to the bullpen. We do have an off day on Thursday, so you can kind of shuffle the lineup. But the big question will be who will start Wednesday, because that's who was in line to pitch on Thursday. I thought it was more likely that they were going to send him down after the start on Wednesday. But instead, what they did was they did the exact opposite. Let me make sure I get the score up here. And Braves Twins, I thought I had it up. I do apologize. And I really thought that we were going to get some version of Shawver pitching on Wednesday, and then after that they could have kind of massaged it. But anyways, we'll see what they decide to do. You do have Soroka down there. He's pitched pretty well. They may be wanting to give him a chance. I think Shawver's got better stuff across the board right now, but they also have to try to manipulate his innings and whatnot at a 20-year-old pitcher. Braves are just about set. We are in the home whites tonight. Red letters, red numerals, Braves across the chest, tomahawk down below. Minnesota are in their road grays head to toe, and it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way. It's a swing and a miss strike up top, 0-1 to Julian. Braves country baseball, please like and subscribe. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and it's 1 on and nobody out. Like to see everyone's predictions for tonight's games and where you're from and everything. Don't be bashful. Jump into that chat. Yeah, I don't know. I saw people in earlier, and now they're kind of. I see you, Gene. But I think everyone's kind of hungover from the weekend. That devastating series, might be too tired to type. Definitely have a lot of folks watching, but first pitch on the way is in the dirt, backhanded, and it's 1-0. Kirilloff, the first baseman tonight, Alex Kirilloff, I'm going to be referring to him as AK because that's kind of a tongue twister at best. Sean Murphy getting the night off. Darno behind the plate. Strider looks in. The 1-0 pitch misses outside wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Up top fastball. Top of the zone. Braves nothing. Twins nothing. Just getting going here. The 2-1 pitch from Strider. Swung on and fouled down the line. It's 2-2. Good high strike there. The Twins do strike out quite a bit. In fact, the line in Vegas tonight, the over-under, pretty high. It was 9.5. So that tells you right there they believe that Strider's going to get going. The 2-2 pitch, check swing. Did he go around? Looked like he did. And strike 3. Went around, got him. Kind of a check swing. It's one of those ones, if you're a Twins fan, you're saying, come on, man. If you're a Braves fan, you're like, he went all the way. I do think he went his, it's the strangest rule in baseball, isn't it? There is no actual definition of what a check swing is. It's the umpire's discretion. So that'll bring Max Kepler to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Kepler is right there on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Kepler coming in, batting .207, 10 home runs, 23 RBI. The 0-1, rocks and fires, fastball. I'm going to say that's a touch outside. Not sure about that one, but evens up the count at 1-1. Looked like it just got the plate, but home plate umpire Tom Hanahan says no dice. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Heater on the outside. So Strider now has a 1-2 advantage. Runner on first, 1 out. Spencer Strider has recorded his first strikeout of the night, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. The 1-2 pitch. Strider looks on the edge. Darnode set up outside. Here's the windup and pitch downstairs. Ball 2, 2-2. Minnesota has the most random, and I mean, they must have 35 jerseys. Every time I see a Minnesota game, it's a different jersey. And I can't say many of them are very appealing. The one tonight almost looks like prison garb. It's got like, it's a gray top to bottom with dark stripes. The 2-2 pitch, misses high, ball 3, 3-2. Fastball coming out of Strider's hand at 98. So far, so good for that. The 3-2 pitch. Strider turns and fires over to first to keep the runner at bay. Do it again. It's 1 on, 1 out. Braves Country Baseball here on a Monday night. You think you're tired after the weekend, imagine what the Braves pitching staff is like. The 3-2 pitch, runner on the move, and ball 4, 97 off the paint. And Strider quickly in trouble. A leadoff single and 1 out walk has runners on first and second, 1 away. And coming to the plate is our old friend Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa signed the big deal in the offseason to remain in Minnesota after reports had said that he was on his way to the Mets. They backed out of the deal after doing the physical. First pitch on the way to Correa. Misses high and inside. It's 1-0. That deal that was reported to the Mets would have been, they were talking upwards towards $380 million. So you think their payroll's high now? The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled into center field. Making the catch is Harris. He puts on the brakes and fires it to third. The runner will advance, moving up 90 feet. Good throw by Harris, but not much of a chance of making that play. You kind of like to see the youngster. Well, I see why I take that back. I was about to say you'd like to see him throw to second. But honestly, throwing to third wasn't a bad idea because the runner at first had made it all the way to second, was running back. I don't think Harris would have had a chance to throw him out at first. Just want to make sure that you keep that runner at first to prevent a 2-run single. The first pitch on the way to Castro, center fielder from the left side of the plate. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Downstairs, right around the knees. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Swung on and missed. Just off the edge. 1-2. Braves nothing. Twins nothing. Runners on the corners. 2 outs. Strider in early inning trouble again. 18 pitches in this inning. Like to see him get out of this and go take a seat. The 1-2 from Strider. Darnold set up out on the edge. Fastball in the dirt. Might have been the slider. It's 2-2. So Castro's worked the count back even, and deuces are wild here in the top of the first. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch. Runner at first will be going at the crack of the bat. Strider looks in, lets it fly, swing, and that ball is rifled over towards the second base area. Here comes Ozzie. He makes the snag, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. So a rocky start, but Strider gets out of it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Braves grabbing the bats and Acuna coming to the plate.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just here to install this smoke detector.
Smoke detector? Does that detect any kind of smoke?
Long live the king.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of the Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows, throw it up against that single coverage, give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Just below the knees, 2-0. Acuna coming in batting .328 on the year. The 2-0 pitch on the way, lets it fly, swing, and that ball is rifled into right field, but right on a line to the right fielder. Kepler making the catch. There's one away. Acuna hit that ball hard, just right at him. It was an atom ball. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is inside. No, they're going to call that an inside strike. It's 0-1. Trying to figure who y'all are talking about that they're going to fire. I'm assuming Buck Showalter, but I don't know who you're referring to. The 0-1 pitch. Inside for another ball, 1-1. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's interesting because evidently as the 1-1 pitch on the way is off the plate wide 2-1. It couldn't have been a week and a half ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, that Cohen, the owner of the Mets, came out and backed everybody's play, said that Buck's job, the GM's job, you name it, no one was in trouble, but they find new ways to embarrass themselves, and it's really starting to tick off the fans. 2-1 pitch is in the dirt and banged foul down the line. It's 2-2. I'm a little surprised with the expectations in the city of New York that Showalter hasn't been fired already. But the 2-2 pitch, swing and dribbled over in between third and short. Here comes the throw. Correa fires it and gets Ozzie by about a half step. Not many shortstops in baseball can make that play, but Carlos Correa, one of the strongest arms in baseball, he was cheating towards second. The ball was dribbled just past the sliding third baseman's glove. He kind of got out of the way. I think Correa called him off. And Correa grabbed it, turned, and just fired it. And I mean, it was a millifoot. Anybody else over there other than maybe Orlando Arce, and that is an absolute infield single. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember when we did the World Series versus the Astros, the 1-0 pitch right there for a strike, 1-1. And it's one of those things where you'd heard how good he was and you were aware that he was a good player, but watching him for an entire series, Carlos Correa is the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider off the edge. It's 1-2. You then get it as far as defensively because he has got an absolute cannon. And when he throws it, it always seems to be like letter high is the 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. So Riley's worked it back to an even count. There's a lot of guys out there that have these strong arms, but the throws are not as accurate. Correa is about as accurate as I've ever seen. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is hammered down the first base line, but just foul, just right of the bag. That would have been extra bases for sure. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves nothing, Twins nothing. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Twins. He normally pitches pretty well. His only issues he's had in the past is going deep into games, but other than that, keeps the ERA low. The 2-2 pitch. Ball 3, 93 up top, misses, and it's a full count to Austin Riley. Braves come into today 6 in front of Miami, 10 in front of Philly, 15 in front of the Mets, and 20 in front of Washington. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit on the ground over to short. It's going to be a 6-3 putout for out number 3. So the Braves make Gray work a little bit, but fail to make any real damage. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
1971. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Hippies burning library cards. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella. Sure, go ahead. Laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene. I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over.
And Pascual Perez just threw a baseball into the Cubs dugout, and another one came flying right back out. And there's another one, and it's hit one of the umpires out of the mound. Now Don Zimmer's coming up, and he'll argue that Perez started it. He threw a ball into the dugout, and he did. Harry Wendelstedt and Zimmer. You see Zimmer's hot. Pascual was being tended to on the mound. It appeared that his right hand, his pitching hand, may have been hit by that line drive. So now Ron McLean is up talking to him. The huddle is around him. Somebody must have said something from the Cub dugout, and Pascual just lobbed a baseball into the dugout, and in short order it came flying right back out. And when the ball came out, it hit home plate umpire Bill Hahn. One of the Cubs
is going to be fined for throwing the ball. Going to be fined because that guy's pitcher threw the ball in our dugout. A little bit of a smile on Pasquale's face as if he's gotten away with something here.
Armchair.
Ebbets spent $750,000 to build his park, with its marble rotunda and chandeliers made in the form of bats and balls. So much that he had to sell half his interest in the team to pay his debts. Ebbets Field opened to the public on April 5th, 1913, an exhibition game against the Highlanders, who officially changed their name that spring to the New York Yankees. Brooklyn won 3-2. An inside-the-park home run by a young former dental student named Casey Stengel made the difference. Over the next 45 summers, Ebbets Field would witness some of the worst baseball ever played, and some of the very best.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way is a upstairs, just misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. Rocks and fires and just off the plate, but a swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Reds and Baltimore, two of the better teams we've faced so far this year. Cincinnati's up 1-0 in the first on that one. The 1-1 pitch just outside wide, 98 misses. It's 2-1. So Braves would love to see Strider keep that pitch count down here in the early going. The 2-1 pitch. Strider kicks back, rocks and fires. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again. It's 2-2. So he's gone slider, and then two fastballs. Those fastballs topping out at 97 and 96. Might be holding a little bit back. Now with the 2-strike count. The 2-2 pitch from Strider. Looks in, lets it fly. Swing and fouled it back. 99 top shelf uppercut. Do it again. I think we're going to try a different box at the break. I think I figured something out here. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 99. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. In the dirt. Pulled the string. There you go for out number 1 to get the inning going. Spencer Strider, second strikeout of the night. First pitch on the way to the number 7 hitter, Gallo, who's got a lot of pop, and here comes the pitch, and he hits it over the wall. He was sitting dead red and right into the wheelhouse of Gallo. It's 1-0 Minnesota. That's the thing about Gallo. He always hits for a low average. Doesn't really hit the breaking ball well, but you go throw a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. There's not many fastballs Gallo are going to miss. That was right in his wheelhouse. Low ball hitter, left-hander. Might as well have put that on a tee. He drilled that pitch. Minnesota feed is showing it that it went off the bat 112 miles an hour. First pitch on the way to Farmer is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, popped up, can of corn over by first base. And Olsen will make the catch in foul territory. There's one away. Joey Gallo leads Major League Baseball in hard hit rate. So when he does get the ball fair, he smokes it. His biggest issue over the last few years has been just keeping his batting average up high enough. First pitch on the way to Jeffers is a fastball outside, right there for a strike, top shelf. It's 0-1. Ryan Jeffers, 3 home runs, 10 RBI. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball is rifled right at Ozzie Albies. He catches it on a smoking line drive, and the ball almost took Spencer Strider's head off as it came past the mound. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest-paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. "I thought you couldn't win without teamwork," Collins said later, "until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year." The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better-paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and a nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is high and inside. Fastball up top. It's 1-0. 93 right in his kitchen. The 1-0 pitch. Now they're going to say that nicked the edge of the plate for a strike. It's 1-1. Minnesota 1, Braves nothing. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 93 up top. 1-2. So he's gone four seam, and then took a little bit off with the cutter. The 1-2 pitch to Olson. Just low. Home plate umpire Hannon said that missed. Hind catcher Jeffers did not agree. The 2-2 to Olson. Righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing and pops it up. Should be playable. Shallow left center field, and making the catch is the left fielder Gallo for out number 1. So 1 down. Hopefully this one here will behave, as the other ones always seems to drag behind. Problem with this one, sometimes it starts flipping out and throwing videos at you. That's why I was always using the other one. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a swing and a foul back, right up against the screen, and it's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud, 283 average, 6 home runs, 839 OPS. Getting the nod tonight over Murphy. The 0-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Sweeper on the inner cut. It's 0-2. Twins 1, Braves nothing. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and rifles it foul and out of play. Do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt. Good take by d'Arnaud. So a 1-2 count to Travis. I guess if the screen just starts acting up, just holler at me because I look at a different screen as it goes along. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! And bangs that foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. That was a home run cut by Travis. Just got over the top of it. Tapper in front of the mound, but one of those ones you know that he had it timed well. He just didn't have it on the right plane. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt gets away. 2-2. Travis had a little more oomph in his step. I'd say go ahead and swing at that and see if they'll let you run down to first. That ball got far away. Marcell Ozuna standing on deck. The 2-2 offering to d'Arnaud on the way. Swing and rifles it foul out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves and Twins, the first game of a 3-game set. We've got tonight and tomorrow night, and then Wednesday afternoon, 12:20. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and grounded. It's a worm burner past the diving third baseman. Travis d'Arnaud will take first on a 1-out single. Farmer laid out. Valiant effort. That ball was scalded. Travis had to kind of reach out to get it, but once he got it, man, he ripped it. Ball just hopped over his glove, it looked like. I thought it got underneath him, but it looked like it took a last-second hop. Farmer had no chance to react. First pitch on the way to Ozuna hangs right there, 78 miles an hour for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Marcell. Swung on and missed. 0-2. So they started him off with 2 consecutive sweepers or curveballs, whatever vernacular you prefer. The 0-2 pitch. d'Arnaud, they're going to chase him back there. Man, if d'Arnaud gets picked off, I'm going to be like, dude, you know you're not stealing. So he's safe. No, they're saying he's out. That's a close one. And if so, that's an embarrassing one for Travis d'Arnaud. You know you're not stealing. So he may very well be out. We'll see if they want to take a look at this. Now I'm really confused. Because they called him out. The first base umpire motioned like he was out. Okay, he is. So the 1-2 pitch misses outside. Ball 2-2. I do apologize. The graphics folks at Bally have been subpar this year. Took them a while to update it. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Down, and did he go around? He did not. Ball 3. So a full count to Marcell Ozuna. So back to what I was saying, Travis d'Arnaud, what are you doing leaning that far? You've got no speed to steal the base. Just come on, man. The 3-2 pitch to Ozuna. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that'll end the inning. Gray is dealing. Strider will try to match him tit for tat when we come back.
Here he comes again.
Hey, my nephew you've been talking about, he's 3 for 3 right
Is that right?
That's right.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
ThingsThatDidn'tHappen.com.
Really?
Yep. You know, baseball's not for everyone, man. You know, sign him up for karate or something. All I see is swinging at air.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor,
a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
It's the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
George Stallings was the manager of the Miracle Braves of 1914, who went from last place on July 4th to winning the pennant and eventually the World Series against the highly favored Athletics. But when he was dying, so the story goes, one of the would-be, soon-to-be mourners said, "George, what's killing you?" Stallings replied, "Bases on balls."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider will try to settle in here as he goes back to work 32 pitches into the night. The first pitch on the way to Julian is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Julian singled off Strider to start the game. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge, 1-1. Already 3 or 4 really hard hit balls by the Twins. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt. 2-1. The 2-1 delivery. Right there for a strike, 97 on the outer edge. Bit of a wide strike. Julian doesn't like it, but it evens up the count at 2-2. Despite on where it shows on the tracker on the television screen, on paper it looks like an actual strike. The 2-2 misses, 3-2. So Strider with another long count again. He's worked the leadoff hitter full here in the top of the third. Kirilloff stands on deck. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So he got the strikeout, but he's up to 38 pitches with 1 out here in the third. Couple of quick ground balls to get him out of this one would go wonders. LSU is all over Florida. It's early, but it's 6-2. And they've got the bases jacked in the college baseball championship. First pitch on the way to Strider from Strider, swing and a miss. 97 up top, right in his kitchen. Good pitch to AK, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is lifted into left field. It's going to get dropped down for another base hit. There's 1 on and 1 out. Max Kepler coming to the plate. Pitch came in at 97 and got way too much of the plate. Actually fortunate that that's as far as that ball went. Normally you get that much of a plate on a Major League Baseball hitter. He must have been sitting on slider because that was a reactionary type swing. Kepler comes to the plate. He walked his first time up. The first pitch is a fastball up top, misses off the corner. It's 1-0. Kepler bit of an open stance from the left side. The 1-0 pitch, he lifts that high and deep into center field. Drifting back just before the track is Michael Harris II, hanging out in left center field for out number 2. So 2 down, 1 on. Bit of a bumpy start for Strider, but if he could get a quick out here, he would be back on pace. Face Carlos Correa, who's 0 for 1, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch to Carlos is swing and a miss, 97 up top. High heat for strike number 1. Most of his fastballs have been coming in around 97, which is pretty good sign for Strider. The 0-1 from Spencer. Fastball right there. That one had a little bit of a cutting action on the inner part of the plate for strike number 2. The 0-2 from Strider. They set up out wide. In the dirt, 1-2. So he's going with the hard stuff the first 2. Tried to get him to chase the slider on the third. The 1-2 from Spencer. Outside again. In the dirt again. 2-2. So he went mid-90s plus for strike 1 and 2. And 2 85-mile-an-hour sliders in the dirt to even up the count. See if he'll go back inside or stay away with the soft stuff. The 2-2 pitch, they set up outside wide. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Third time's the charm. It was a slider. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months. Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The Mets threw a combined no-hitter against the Phillies. Because of 6 walks, it took them 159 pitches. This set the record for the most pitches thrown in a no-hitter. Miguel Cabrera got his 3,000th hit. With that single, he became the first player ever with 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a Triple Crown. Anthony Rizzo hit 3 homers in a game for the first time in his career. It's the only time where a player hit 3 home runs in a game, averaging just 350 feet. The San Diego Padres may not be known for their defense, but they did just set a new defensive record. The 2022 Padres are the first team in history to start the season with 11 consecutive games without an error.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ricky barred profanity and poker playing and liquor. Offered evening lectures on baseball theory called Skull Sessions. Keeping a promise to his mother, managed just 6 days a week, leaving an assistant to take over for him on Sundays. In 1919, the Browns' crosstown rivals, the hapless St. Louis Cardinals, offered him a still bigger job as general manager at double the salary. He would spend the next 23 years with the Cardinals and in the process profoundly change the game of baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves go back to work, and the first pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. Eddie Rosario climbs in with a 275 average, 13 home runs, 37 RBI. The 1-0 pitch off the plate and in, 2-0. The 2-0 from Gray, righty-lefty matchup, right there at the knees, 93. Eddie didn't like it, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, caught the outside corner with the cutter. It's 2-2. Twins 1, Braves nothing. The 2-2 pitch swung on in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, but Rosario just walks back to the dugout. Didn't get very far, and the swing took him to his knees, so not really much of a chance of him to make it down to first. So 1 down, excuse me, and Michael Harris, the second, comes to the plate. Harris on deck, excuse me. Arcia comes to the plate. Arcia digs in, swung on, and that ball is hammered down the right field line. Will it stay fair? Making the running catch is Kepler. A backhanded grab. Pretty good play. He had to worry about slamming into the wall. Makes the play for out number 2. So Harris will come to the plate now. First pitch on the way to Harris is right down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Roxon fires up top, taking for a strike all the way. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul off the plate. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep down off the right field wall. Trying to barehand it. Kind of juggles it a little bit. Couldn't quite get it clean. And Michael Harris will go cruising into second base. The right fielder, Kepler, tried to barehand it off the wall and kind of double dribbled it. I don't think he would have got Harris anyways. He knew that was his only chance. That should be a clean double. Michael Harris kind of just got underneath it and golf shot it. Something we've seen Ozzie Albies do a million times, and Harris trying to play that wall. Do that enough. Quite a few of them will get into that short porch. So Harris's 10th double of the season. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ronnie is 93 up top, just misses. 1-0. Acuna's 0 for 1. He lined out in the first. Hard hit ball. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled back foul. 1-1. That looked like one of those that Acuna just missed. Came off the bat and went almost straight back to the screen. Think he was looking outside. He got one outside. He just mistimed it. The 1-1 to Acuna. They set up inside and fastball right down the pipe up top. 1-2. I think Acuna was looking for something down and away. By his reaction, he looked a little off balance when he got that. So the 1-2 count, runner on second, 2 away. The pitch on the way, swing, and fouls it back. 91 upstairs. Do it again. 1-2. Nothing else. The Braves are making Gray work. This will be his 49th pitch of the afternoon or evening, as it would be. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards short. Correa's got it. Fires it to first. And that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
There's a somebody out there for everybody. And the person for you is a psychiatrist.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined, and now the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Minnesota Twins, 1-0 Minnesota. The first pitch on the way from Strider is a fastball off the plate for the first ball. It's 1-0. Will Castro 0 for 1 with the ground out in the first. The 1-0 pitch. Down and in. Called for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Coming in, making the catches, Rosario for a quick out, number 1. Strider now set to face Donovan Solano, who's 0 for 1. Mets and Brewers are scoreless. The bottom of the 4th. First pitch on the way to Solano is a high strike fastball. Top shelf. The righty did not like it. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Strider asked for a new ball. The 0-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt. 1-2. Spencer Strider looks into Darnode, and the 1-2 pitch offering 99 just off the black. 2-2. Pitch just crossed over the plate. Definitely looked like he missed, but barely missed. The 2-2 pitch. Got him. Strike 3. Home plate umpire Hanahan says he went around. I think it clipped the corner anyways. 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 4th. So Joey Gallo will come to the plate. He hammered one over the center field wall the first time up, and that pitch on the way to Gallo is in the dirt. I don't know, maybe 45 feet to the plate. High hopper. I think it got a piece of the umpire. Darnode's checking on him. It's 1-0. It hit the dirt first, so he got the benefit of the ricochet. Ooh, I thought he got the glove and then the umpire. It went straight into the umpire's mask. That had to wake you up. That was a Folgers in your cup type of moment right there. So Darnode goes out there to to talk to Strider just to give the umpire a chance. Of course, back in the day, it wouldn't have mattered, but now it's considered a mound visit. The 1-0 pitch. Right there on the corner for a strike. It's 1-1. Joey Gallo, if you're just joining us, the only run of the game hit a laser over the center field wall. 1-1 pitch. Slider just inside, nicked the corner. It's 1-2. One-two pitch. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 98 on the edge, and that's where you got to get Gallo. We'll be back in a flash. 3 up, 3 down. The Braves grab the bats.
You know, I think we really need to be in front of a television set. You take TV out of this relationship, it is just torture.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about. But not anymore, now that I've found the oh-so-chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
They're talking good about you. You want to read that Tweeter machine, man. Everybody's getting on that Tweeter machine. You want to read it. My Tweeter machine is turned off.
On October 1st, 1903, Nuffset and his Royal Rooters were among the first to pass through the turnstiles to see the Boston Pilgrims take on the Pittsburgh Pirates in the very first championship series between the two leagues. It would be a best-of-9 game contest. Realizing that this was a golden opportunity to prove the superiority of his new league, Van Johnson ordered the Boston owner to beat Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had been favored to win, but Boston was aided by a series of disasters that undercut the Pirates. One pitcher had been injured. Their star shortstop, Honus Wagner, was playing hurt. And just as the series got underway, Ed Doheny, another pitcher, suffered a mental breakdown and was sent to an asylum.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley standing on deck with Ozzie Albies at the plate, and the first pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Bit of a delay here. Not sure what they're trying to get, some kind of clarification. Whatever it is, it made Ozzie laugh. So did that pitch not count? They're taking it off the board. Well, that's weird. I've never seen that. So I guess it's an 0-0 count. First pitch on the way again is a curveball that falls backwards into the seats. It's 0-1. Fouled back. That is a really strange. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounded over to second. 4-3 put out. There's one away. I'm really surprised that Snicker didn't get up and argue that. I mean, the guy throws a pitch. Ozzie takes it. And then they come back out and say, no, we weren't ready. There's no mulligans in baseball. It's why it's the greatest game. Weird one. Bad job by the umpiring crew. First pitch on the way to Riley is a ball that misses up high. It's 1-0. And of course, that affected the at-bat because it went from 1-0 to 0-1 to start the at-bat with the foul ball. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Ball 2-0. Twins 1, Braves nothing. Y'all let me know what you think in the comments if you prefer this look better. I was trying to find something on the scoreboard that wouldn't get delays all the time. That other one, aesthetically, I like it better. It looks better, but there's constant issues with that board. The 2-0 pitch. No, they're going to call that for a wide strike up top outside. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is scorched up the middle. I mean, when I say a bullet, I mean a bullet. Just past the diving glove of the second baseman into center field for a 1-out single. Austin Riley's really been hitting some balls on the screws. Surprising the ball hasn't left the yard more, but he is absolutely hammering the ball. The homers will come. It's 1 on, 1 out. The Ice House comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. He hammers that one into right field. It's down for a base hit. Austin Riley's chugging. He's a lugging. He's going to get into third. Runners on the corners and 1 away. Runners on the corners, 1 out. The Braves, just like that, on back-to-back pitches, went from ho-hum to let's go. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. D'Arnaud's 1 for 1. First pitch on the way, slow roller over to short. It's going to be tough to beat out. It's going to be a bad throw. It was a 6-4-3 double play. It was going to be close. d'Arnaud was busting it down the line, but the ball gets away. The run will score, and it's a tie ball game. So what may have ended up ending the inning. Let's see this replay. He was going to be safe anyways, so never mind. It was a slow developing double play. Correa had to charge the ball, flip it to second. But on the error, d'Arnaud moves up to second with 1 away. The first pitch on the way. Marcell Ozuna, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. So Braves have tied it up. That's the good news. Bad news is that scoreboard operator for Bally still hasn't woken up. So 0-1 pitches in the dirt. It's 1-1. I've got a couple of different feeds, so I look off of Minnesota and the Braves feed just so that I know what's going on all actions. And they're both Bally, so the Braves feed does show it correctly, 1-1 with 2 outs. Minnesota feed still shows 1 out. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball is rifled, leaping catch, and Carlos Correa will end the inning with a snag, an L6, hard hit ball by Ozuna, but just about a foot low. We'll be back in a flash.
This one time, a boyfriend cheated on me, and I broke up with him on our way home. And while we were driving, he got so mad at me that he took my glasses off my face and threw them out the window. Was just like, all right, if you don't want to see me, then you don't need to see anyone. Good luck finding someone better, and also your way home. You, John.
What's going on here, guys? All right, Coach. So basically, it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback. But he started our kicker, and I started their defense. So it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you.
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense. Damn right I did.
Armchair.
If you think for one damn minute I'm going to take a loss standing down, you just have another thought coming.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
If you buy MLB The Show, you spent more money in the offseason than the Oakland A's did. And the Oakland A's owner is worth $2.1 billion.
Armchair.
The Cubs' pitching mainstay was an Indiana farm boy, Mordecai Peter Centennial Brown, better known as Three Finger Brown, because of a boyhood accident with a feed cutter that destroyed most of his right index finger, paralyzed his little finger, and gave him a devastating curveball. Brown won 20 or more games, 6 years in a row.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up, and Spencer Strider, the quad father, will go back to work. '60th pitch on the night. The righty lets it go, and slider right there for a strike to the right-handed hitter Farmer, number 8 hitter Kyle Farmer. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. 98 on the outer edge. It's 0-2. Kyle Farmer sounds familiar. He's been playing with the Reds for the last several years. Before that, the Dodgers. 32-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia. He's drafted in 2013 by the Dodgers. The 0-2 pitch. Yak him! Sit him down, Joe. Strider's fingers is so for out number 1. Fastball on the edge. Might have got the benefit of the doubt, but we'll take it. Looking at a different angle, a different replay. Actually, I think that was a very good strike. First pitch on the way to Jeffers, the number 9 hitter, is right there for a strike, outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Strider lets it go. Slider, top of the zone, 0-2. Just nipped the upper edge. Braves 1, Twins 1. For you old Braves heads, old seam heads, you're going to know why I'm saying this. I'm glad we got off that 1-0 score. That was giving me nightmares. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. 1-2. Baltimore and Cincinnati are in a rain delay. The 1-2 from Strider. Just off the edge. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. 2-2. For those who don't know what I'm referring to, back in 1991, the greatest World Series game ever played, the Braves lost to the Twins 1-0. And every time I see the Braves and Twins, if the Twins are leading 1-0, I'm like, man, let somebody score. I don't care. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit high down the right field line. Cunha makes the catch for out number 2. I don't know if they'll say something to him or whatnot, but he kind of showboated the catch. He caught it and popped it out of his glove and caught it. If he does that and the ball hits the ground, it's going to be up to the umpire's decision on whether or not that's an actual out. Now, common sense would tell anyone who's watching it that's an out. But you're supposed to be able to transfer the ball from your glove to your throwing hand, and they could technically call it a base hit. First pitch on the way to Julian is a slider on the outside, fouled away. It's 0-1. Quickly back to work. Strider kicks and deals, and swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Eduardo Julian, 1 for 2. Single in the first. The designated hitter for tonight, the 0-2 pitch. Lets it fly in the dirt. 1-2. Good thing he didn't take a swing at that because that thing bounced away from Darnode and rolled towards the first base dugout. Julian would have made it down the line. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it down the line. Do it again at 1-2. If he can get out of this one, Strider is sitting at only 71 pitches. He could work into the sixth and maybe beyond, which is much needed for that Braves bullpen after that week they spent in Cincinnati this weekend. The 1-2 misses off the edge, 2-2. The 1-2. Strider lets it fly. Fastball. Got him. Strike 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11th, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8th, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Minnesota Twins, all knotted up at 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning, and Eddie comes to the plate. He takes a hack at the first pitch down the pipe, fouls it away. It's 0-1. Looked to be a changeup, about 87 miles an hour offering. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and bangs that foul down the line. It's quickly 0-2. Eddie struck out in his first time up, it was back in the 3rd inning. For you college sports fans, LSU leads Florida 6-2 in the 4th. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit against the grain, and Correa backhands it in the 6 hole, fires it over to first, about a 3-hopper, but he beats Rosario by about 3 steps, and there's 1 away. So Rosario head to the bench, 0 for 2, and Orlando Arcia, who hit a hard one his first time up, lined out in the 3rd inning. Good defensive play kept that from being extra bases. The first pitch on the way to Arcia is down below the knees. Good take by Orlando. It's 1-0. Make sure you vote for Braves today, tomorrow, all the way up to, I believe they cut it off on Thursday, the 1-0 pitch, just off the plate wide, 1-1. We'll put the link in by the end of the game to go in and vote, but It's free, and you can go in and vote for your Braves to get to the All-Star game. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. They'll announce the All-Star voting. I believe it's Thursday is what I heard, but I never got that clarified. The 2-1 pitch swung on and bang foul down the line. It's 2-2. Of course, the pitchers are always a tricky thing because those are picked by the managers. Would like to know something. I might have to just put a poll up in here just to find out, because I'm curious about y'all's opinions being baseball fans. If you remember back in the day, is the 2-2 pitch on the way, misses high and outside, 3-2. Remember back for about 20 years, the All-Star game meant the winner is the 3-2 pitch on the way. Up top, taken all the way. I don't know why Orlando was walking towards first. He was acting like that was a ball. You'll see on the screen that was all strike. There's 2 away. I don't know if that was one of those things where you're just hoping. Back in the day, the All-Star game, if your league, the National League or American League, won it, it would decide home field advantage, and they've taken that away. First pitch on the way to Harris is swung on. That ball is rifled in between the 5-6 hole. Down for a base hit. A hard hit single. Correa was playing closer to second base, so the third baseman, Farmer, was all by his lonesome. And that might as well be a hockey goalie standing in front of a soccer net. You just got to pray that ball gets hit right to you when it's hit that hard. So nowadays, it does not mean anything. I'll put the poll up there to let everyone vote, but I'm just kind of curious which you prefer. First pitch on the way to Acuna is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. I know there's pros and cons, because the con is, well, you want an arbitrary game like that to decide it. But the pros is it made the All-Star game mean something. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. And I can see the argument for both sides. I kind of lean towards, just because I looked forward to the All-Star game for so many years because of that, I kind of miss that. I want it to mean something, even if it's not going to mean the World Series. I don't know what else you could put on the line for it. The 2-0 pitch. Hits the high corner. Acuna doesn't like it. It's 2-1. When I say means, I want it to mean something for the fans, the teams. You know what I mean? I don't care if they up their bonus. That doesn't do anything for us. The 2-1 to Acuna. Runner on first, 2 away. Inside, ball 3, 3-1. So you got to figure, if Acuna's going to get a good pitch to hit, this is it. Because Ozzie is on deck. You don't really want to put the go-ahead run in scoring position, but does he want to lay one in there to Ronnie? We'll find out. The 3-1 pitch misses high, ball 4. So I guess we got our answer. They were pitching around him all the way. Acuna will head down to first. Difference between Ronald Acuna now, Ronald Acuna, we'll say 2019, 2020 or so, Acuna would have swung at that pitch. So still 2 down, but now 2 on, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Sitting 304 this month with 7 homers. Well, we had an 8th one right here. The first pitch on the way. Inside. They're going to call that a strike. Looked like it just missed the edge. 0-1. If you go by the stat tracker, it looks like a strike, but it didn't look like a strike on the screen. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. They're going to say he went around 0-2. That was a very, very small check swing, but home plate umpire gave him the strike. The 0-2 on the way, in the dirt, gets away, and the runners advance, but I think they're going to call that strike 3. So Ozzie could not lay off that junk ball in the dirt. That'll end the inning. Braves threat but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash.
Could you imagine how hot I'd be if I ate right and took care of my body? I mean, I ain't going to do it, but could you imagine?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Guess what? We played basketball in gym today.
I love basketball.
It was 5-on-5.
Did you guys win?
Well, it was tied with like 10 seconds left in the game.
Nice.
And I was over there. I was like, Kevin, because Kevin had the ball. I was like, throw me the ball. I'm open. And he didn't see me, so I ran to the top. I was like, I'm open, Kevin. And then everybody on my team was like, Kevin, Derek's open. And he threw it to me, and I looked at the time, and it's running down, and it's like 3, 2. And I just closed my eyes, and I just throw the ball up.
And
it went over the backboard.
Armchair.
On September 20th, 1914, more than 100,000 people filled Cleveland's Brookside Stadium to see the Telling Strollers beat the Hannah Cleaners 8-3.
The ones I remember are the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, who were semi-pro, I guess they were called in those days. And they had jobs around town, but the main thing they did was play baseball. And they were a tobacco-chewing crowd, and men were fearful that their daughters might go out with one of them, that kind of thing. They hung around the pool hall a lot when they weren't working or playing baseball. And they were all looking forward to a career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Minnesota Twins, it's all knotted up at 1. Low-scoring affair. We head to the top of the 6th inning. 6th inning means about time to turn back time. We'll do that as we go along here. First pitch on the way to Strider. Swing and a miss off the plate. Really reached for that one. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss, strike 2, 97 up top, 0-2. Kirilloff is 1 for 2. He had a single back in the 3rd inning, kind of shot-putted one into left field. Shorten up his swing a bit. We'll see what he does here. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, blew it right by him. The last time he was up, he got on via the outside pitch, shot it towards left field. This time they went right in his kitchen. One away. The LSU Tigers, 9-2 over the Gators. That game is in the 4th inning. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Kepler. It's 0-1. Slider that just nipped the corner. Texas leads Detroit. No, I'm sorry. They just tied it up. It's 1-1 in Texas. First pitch on the 0-1 pitch on the way is in the dirt. It's 1-1. LA and Chicago, White Sox and Angels go at it tonight. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at the vacuum that we call Matt Olson. For out number 2. Olson got that worm burner and walked over and stepped on the pillow. So Strider now cruising along. Looking for another 3-up, 3-down inning. First pitch on the way to Correa is off the plate wide for a ball, 1-0. Way off the plate, fastball. Correa's batting .214 on the year, 11 home runs, 37 RBI, 700 OPS. The 1-0 pitch. Strider rocks and fires. Just nips the corner. That's a heck of a strike right there. It's 1-1. If he can hit that, he's going to be hard to beat. The 1-1 on the way. Kicks and deals. Check swing. Did he go around? They will not appeal. I thought he went around more than Ozzie did a couple of times last inning, but they're going to say he held up. The 2-1. Strider fires it. Swing and a miss, strike two. 98. Top corner on the inside. Strider looking to mow him down again, get back there on the bench and give the bats a chance. Strider at only 83 pitches, so he'd be in line to go out there for a seventh inning. The rocky start was really settled down here in the middle innings. Fans rooting them along. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a busted bat, and it's going to be a weak liner to third for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. When we come back, Riley will lead us off.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankees system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Sonny Gray goes back to work, and the first pitch misses off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Sonny Gray, 79 pitches, so he's got a very good pitch count in his own right. The 1-0 from Gray, swing and a miss off the edge, 1-1. Be interesting to see who is actually available in the Braves bullpen after that weekend series in Cincinnati. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, 2-1. Derek Rodriguez was called up after A.J. Smith-Shawver was sent down to AAA. It's a good chance we don't see him. Maybe we see him around the Tampa Bay series, or it may be after the All-Star break. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is roasted up the middle. Backhanding, making the play. It's going to be a 4-3 putout. They had Riley shaded over towards the left side of the infield, so it's the second baseman, Solano, making the play. Good, strong throw from what's essentially shortstop area for out number 1. LSU now up 10-2 over Florida. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson digs in. The first pitch is off the plate wide. For a ball, it's 1-0. Olson 1 for 2. He had a rocket down the first base line his first time up. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up. That'll be an easy play, drifting back, making the play. No, they're going to call him off. Instead, it'll be the center fielder, Castro, calling off Correa, making the catch for out number 2. So a quick 2 outs, but you don't like that. What you like even less is you're not really running the pitch count up on Gray. He's set to go back out there for the 7th. He's pitched a wonderful game. First one on the way to Darnode is right there at the knees for a strike. 93. Painting the corners, it's 0-1. Darnode 1 for 2. Single in the second. The 0-1 pitch. Below the knees, but called for a strike. It's 0-2. O2 delivery from Gray to Darnode. In the dirt. Travis lays off it. 1-2. You have to figure Iglesias is probably out of the mix. I'd say Mentor as well. If they do use either one of them tonight, that person used would definitely be out of the fold for a couple of days. So how would you close this game if it is a close game? I would almost say Jimenez, the 1-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the line. Foul. Hard hit ball, but plenty foul. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 and 3 up, 3 down. Gray is cruising. We'll head to the top of the 7th in a pitcher's duel.
What kind of mortgage did you get?
10-year.
Well, 10 over 30, so 30-year total.
What?
10-year fixed, over 30, 30-year total.
Oh, 30 years.
Okay.
Wow, you'll be paying this off in your mid-70s.
All right. Hey, I have an idea. You know that extra bedroom? If the whole girlfriend thing never happens, that's where the nurse can live. Okay.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
So my boss told me I could start working from home a couple years ago. He just called me and asked if I can go to the office. I moved.
They have work to do, and they should be sleeping or eating, but they would rather do without sleep or without a square meal deliberately eaten than miss a minute of a ball game, even if they go on their night turn in the mill or factory, minus the rest that should be theirs.
Baseball has been a passion of immigrants because it is a way into the United States. It's a kind of citizenship perhaps more authentic than anything which can be on a piece of paper. Sometimes it was the youngster's rebellion against his father becoming less Polish, more American by taking up baseball. But it became an enormously important part of the American identity.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Minnesota Twins. It's 1-1. Top of the 7th, the pitcher's duel. Strider versus Sonny Gray. Knew it'd be a low-scoring game. It's going to be won by the bullpens or lost by the bullpens tonight. The first pitch on the way from Strider to Castro is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 0-1. Good slider that he put right underneath his hands that drifted off the plate inside. The 0-1 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, swung on, grounded over to Riley. Riley's got it, 5-3, put out for out number 1. Spencer Strider, 86 pitches on the night. So 1 down. Coming to the plate is Solano. First pitch on the way to Solano is in the dirt for it. They're going to say he went around for a strike. It's 0-1. Check swing strike. A lot of those called tonight. Evidently, the umpire crew's going clubbing tonight in the A. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. Solano, 0 for 2 strikeouts. Strider at 88 pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and hits it high in the sky. Should be playable. Acuna makes the catch for out number 2. Two down. Man, if Strider could get a quick one here with Gallo, who, by the way, he scored the only Minnesota run. It was a solo shot his first time up, but if they could get out quickly, they may run him back out there for an 8th inning. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Slider off the edge. Pulled the string on that one. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Strider rocks and fires in the dirt. 1-1. So he's gone slider first, then he goes to the changeup. Remember, it was that down and in heat that Gallo got all of. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Changeup, and that one was a nastier one. That one reminded me of when Eyeglasses gets going, that changeup that just dives off the plate, kind of darts off the plate at the last minute. The 1-2 from Strider. Misses high, 99, evens up the count. It's 2-2. The 1-1 pitch. Rocks and fires. Inside, ball 3. So a full count. Standing on deck is Farmer. The wind up the pitch. In the dirt, ball 4. Strider loses Gallo. I'd say all in all, that wasn't a bad idea. You don't want to give him one. And he's had pretty good success so far with Farmer, who's 0 for 2. You either force Minnesota to go to the bench, which I don't know if they would this early. It doesn't look like they will. Farmer will take the at-bats. First pitch on the way to Farmer is 98 off the block. It's 1-0. Farmer 0 for 2. The 1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 98 up top. Gallo inching off of first base. The 1-1 pitch swung on and rifled foul back. Do it again at 1-2. Milwaukee leads the Mets 2-1. That game is in the 6th. They lose with Verlander on the mound tonight again. It was Rhea on the mound for the Milwaukee Brewers, who isn't one of their better starters. The sky is going to be falling in New York radio tomorrow morning. The 1-2 pitch. Spencer Strider looks in, kicks and fires. Fastball misses, 99 off the edge. 2-2. 1 on, 2 out. A 2-2 count. The wind up, the throw. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Baseball. Due up Ozuna, Rosario, and Orlando.
Today I'm going to show you how to tie a tie with the help of my gay nephew, Peter Piscitello.
Gay? I'm not gay.
What are you talking about? Of course you are.
No, I'm not. Why would you think I was gay?
You ever hear yourself talk, Peter? You're gay.
What are you talking about? This is how I talk.
Peter, you got nothing to be ashamed about. The whole family supports you.
Excuse me, the whole family?
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier. But Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. 2021 Cardinals, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
So Deshaun Watson blocked me on Twitter. Guess I must have rubbed him the wrong way.
In 1914, a band of rich businessmen hoping to get in on the baseball action formed their own league, the Federal League. They began offering big money to big stars willing to sign up with their teams. They even gave the players the right to become free agents. 81 players were lured to the new league, including Three Finger Brown, Joe Tinker, and Chief Bender. Old ballparks were renovated and new ones built, including one on Chicago's North Side that would one day be called Wrigley Field. But the upstart league was a direct challenge to Ban Johnson, who resented the interlopers just as National League owners had resented him when he launched the American League in 1901. Johnson denounced the competition as pirates and threatened to blacklist any players who jumped to the new league. But to stem the flood of deserting players, he and his owners also raised the salaries of remaining stars and pledged to do better even by average players in the future.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Minnesota Twins 1-1, and Ozuna. First pitch on the way. This is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna is 0 for 2. The 1-0 pitch downstairs, ball 2, 2-0. He's gone sinker to start it off. Gray at 90 pitches. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 2-1. Does look like Strider's probably done for the night. I thought they may send him back out, but letting that runner on probably did him in. So we'll see what they decide to do for the 8th inning, but he's getting those handshakes and whatnot. The 2-1 pitch. Misses high, ball 3. So Marcell, 1 ball away from getting on, representing the tying run, which would bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. Holy Toledo! A 1-run shot over the wall. 408 happy feet, 110 miles an hour off the bat of Marcell Ozuna, and it's 2-1, your Atlanta Braves. He absolutely just scuba-dooped that thing over the wall. He went outside, and Marcell, that was all strength. That was all Big Bear strength right there. Most people that hit that ball, it's either going to be a pop-up or at best a line out. And the first pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. And they showed Spencer Strider slapping the top of the dugout and greeting Ozuna as he came in, because that means now that he's eligible for the win. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-2. For anyone that says that tells folks that, you know, all these stat guys that tells people that wins don't matter when it comes to pitchers. You tell a major league pitcher that. The 0-2 pitch is swung on, grounded over to second, scooped and flipped to first. It's a close play, but Rosario will be out. A 4-3 put out for out number 1. Marcell Ozuna. I might be able to get the audio tomorrow. I didn't have time today, but I don't know if y'all have heard that audio about Ozuna rounding in. This is Philadelphia, and the home run that he hit in the second game that made it 5-1 is the first pitch on the way to Orlando, is right upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. Philadelphia radio was bashing him and Wash, mainly bashing Wash for high-fiving Ozuna as he rounded the bag. The 0-1 pitch swung on, banged on the ground. It's going to be a 5-3 put out. Did he hold the bag? Arcia thinks that he came off. First baseman, if he did hold the bag, Kirilloff, that was a heck of a play by AK because it was a bouncer in the dirt and he had to dive to get it. Tried to keep his foot on. Let's see the replay. He might have. They're gonna challenge it regardless because when you look at the big picture, you're right there at the end anyways, and anything past this, well, no, they aren't going to challenge it. All right. I thought they were going to challenge it. So Snicker said no dice. Not worth the wait. There's going to be a mound visit. This is the pitching coach, Pete Mackey. This is not the manager, Rocco Baldelli. So I think they're just going out there to talk to Gray. So they're going to give Sonny Gray a chance to finish this inning. It was a really good defensive play by AK there at first base. He had to stretch out there. It looked like, from my vantage point, from the 2 or 3 angles that I saw, it looked like he probably held the bag. And I think Snicker was saying not much of a chance of it getting overthrown. I thought he was going to go ahead and challenge it just because you're right there at that point where towards the end of the game, the challenge is going to come from upstairs anyways. So Michael Harris II will come to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Michael is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is Colin McHugh. So we're starting to get our answer how they're going to piece this together. I'm thinking it might be Jimenez to close it. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The way Iglesias was sitting out there in the bullpen, they showed him a little while ago, he didn't look like he had any plans on going anywhere. I mean, he had his feet propped up. You might as well have put a margarita in his hand. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled off the glove of Kirilloff. Covering the bag is Gray after the ball ricochets off the second baseman. Solano throws it to the pitcher covering the bag, but Gray does not beat Harris, and it's an infield single. But I will say this, Kirilloff kept that from being extra bases. If he doesn't jump up to at least get leather on that, he barely got a piece of that to slow it down. But if he doesn't do that, that ball's in the corner and it's trouble. We had an issue earlier of not being able to play 7th inning stretch. They are going to break, so we're going to do it now.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right. Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the game, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back.
All right, we are back. And Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to step to the plate. They did not want Acuna to see Gray for a fourth time, which makes a ton of sense. And so Emilio Pagano is coming to the plate, and he fires in a 97-mile-an-hour fastball up top, goes back to the backstop and over the gate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Pagan taking a second, and not sure what they called there. I guess that was timeout by Acuna. Emilio Pagan was taking quite some time to get ready. Pagan, 32 years old. He's played for Seattle, Oakland, Tampa, San Diego, and Minnesota the past few years. From Simpsonville, South Carolina. Went to college at Belmont Abbey and was drafted by the Mariners back in 2013. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Looked like a slider that slid too far. So a 1-1 count. Acuna, righty-righty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Man, does he take forever. The 1-1 swung on and banged off off his instep. It's 1-2. Pagan, 32 years old. Of course, he didn't come up with the pitch clock. So I'm so used to these guys now really getting on it. And I'd say Emilio Pagan is one of the reasons why there is a pitch clock, because he comes set and he just sits there. Pagan is set. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong. A 2-run shot. 17th homer of the year. 432 happy feet over the wall. 107 off the bat. Your Atlanta Braves have taken a 4-1 lead. How about that? Pagan, I didn't even have to watch the ball fly, because the moment he let it go and Acuna made contact, you get to notice these things. He just hung his head. He's like, and he said some explicit that I won't repeat, but he hung his head and was like, that's gone. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies takes the first pitch inside, 96 miles an hour. Down and in, it's 1-0. Ozzie looking for his first base hit of the evening. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered down the right field line, but plenty foul into the second deck. Ronald Acuna Jr. tattooing that ball. If you're just joining us, this has been a pitcher's duel the entire night. The 1-1 pitch banged off the plate. It's 1-2. Ozuna really cracked the shell there to get Sonny Gray out of the game. The Minnesota bullpen has been up and down this year. The back end of it's pretty good, but when you get a lead on them, or if you get into it early, you can really get to them like we just did. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field, marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long on Braves Country HD.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Houshmandzadeh. Yes, lock it up.
Who?
What? TJ Houshmandzadeh. All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Houshmandzadeh. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
Fans are on their feet, rooting for Jack Morris. And he takes a little walk, and you can understand it. He doesn't want to do anything in a hurry. A pitch away from a no-hitter. 1 pitch. He had a 2-2 to Lazinski, and then walked him. And he is 1-2 to Kibble. Got him swinging, and he has his no-hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-1, and Colin McHugh will come on to try to slam the door. He'll get at least 1 inning here. First pitch on the way from Colin to Jeffers, the number 9 hitter's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees, 0-2. McHugh, ready, rocks, fires, lets it go, swing, and that ball is lifted into left field. Sliding and making the catch is Eddie Rosario for out number 1. Eddie's had a bad night at the plate, but man, on live, that was a good sliding catch. He really had no chance there, or no decision to make. It was either make the catch or have that ball eat you up. It was dying quickly. Great reaction time for out number 1. Julian, the leadoff hitter, back up to the top of the order. And the first pitch is a curveball right there for a strike on the outer edge. Just kisses the black. It's 0-1. Eduardo Julian, 1 for 3. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. Another smooch on the paint. It's 0-2. Julian singled in the first. The 0-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball is rifled into left field. Gets down for a base hit. Another single for Julian. 2 for 4 on the game now. There's one on, one out. And Kirilloff coming to the plate. A little surprised Darno called that pitch. Up 2 strikes, you would have thought they would have wanted something. Because that's essentially the same area that he got the first base hit. First pitch on the way to Kirilloff is a cutter up top for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch lets it fly just off the edge. 1-1. The 1-1. McHugh. Swing! And that ball's rifled into right field. Runners on first and third it'll be with one away. Acuna airmails it to Riley. Riley keeps the ball from getting away. But just like that, the tying run's coming to the plate. Hard hit ball on the ground that just got under the glove of Matt Olson. So runners on the corners, one out. Travis d'Arnaud is going out to the mound to talk to McHugh. Getting up and warming up in the pen is Heller. I don't think they'll call on him to close the game, but he's getting called upon in case this gets away from McHugh. Braves went through a lot of bullpen arms on the weekend, and they're never going to tell you before the game, but after the game they'll say a lot of these guys were unavailable. First pitch on the way to Kepler. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. They checked down the line, but he did not go. The 1-0. Rocks and fire. Swing and pops it up high in the sky. Underneath it is Rosario. Runner is tagging. Here comes the throw, and he's going to put on the brakes. Pretty good throw by d'Arnaud. Good base running by Minnesota because they did tag and go to second. Eddie came home with the ball. The throw was a little up the line, but it was a good hard throw. But as soon as he went towards home plate, the runner at first went to second. d'Arnaud had no chance to relay it. Eddie's kind of disgusted with himself, kind of shaking his head, but I think he probably did the right play there. So Heller is going to come into the game. How about that? Game on the line. We lead by 2, and a guy who's been up about a week is coming into the game. Buckle up, Braves country.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest managers. But he never stopped fighting, never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ben Heller comes on the mound. The first pitch is inside to Carlos Correa. 97 misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Correa 0 for 3. 11 home runs. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. It's 1-1. 96-95 out the gate for Heller. The 1-1 pitch in the dirt, 2-1. Standing on deck appears to be Byron Buxton. Could be on to pinch hit for Castro. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2. So this is a big out here because for folks who don't follow American League Baseball or whatnot, Byron Buxton's a threat when he comes to the plate. He had the night off. He's been battling injuries. The last thing we need is to face him. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's popped up high and deep into right field. Underneath it is Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll make the catch for out number 3. So the Braves keep them off the board. A 3-run lead. Riley, Olsen, Darno. Let's get some insurance. Bottom of the 8th.
Are you okay, pal?
I had a rough day on the job.
Are you going home now?
I was about to.
Well then, you just fulfilled the first rule of law enforcement. Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Well, there's been so much going on. We have so much to talk about tonight, so let's just get right to it. All righty.
I'm not going to White Washington. I let my church down, and I let my family down.
And didn't we let something else down, like our trousers?
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
The best of us keep as much of that childhood with us as we grow into adulthood as we can muster. And the most creative, the most happy, the most fortunate of us are those who don't lose the sense of play. And even after we're past the point of being able to actually play the game with any skill, if we love it, then it's like Peter Pan. We remain boys forever. We don't die.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley coming to the plate. Josh Winter is coming into the game. Winter, 4 innings this year, 5.79 ERA. The first pitch on the way, 83-mile-an-hour slider up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Winter, 26 years old, out of Richmond, Virginia, as the 0-1 misses high. It's 1-1. Looks like Kirby Yates might be closing the game. He's warming up. So let's get some insurance runs. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Kirby has been pitching much better, but he does not have blow you away stuff like he did back in his day when he was a elite closer a good 5 years ago. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Should be an easy out, and it is. Shallow fly into right field. Coming underneath and making the play is Kepler for out number 1. Winder, the right-hander, hails from Richmond, Virginia, and played his college ball at Virginia Military Institute, VMI. Drafted by the Twins in 2018. The first pitch on the way to Olsen is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and rifled foul out of play. 95 right there at the knees on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and bang foul off the plate. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. To close the books on Spencer Strider, the over-under on his strikeouts were 9.5. He got 10. 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, and 2 walks. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. Gave up the 1 home run, and that was really the only damage. Struggled early, had ducks all over the pond the first few innings, but after about the 3rd inning, he settled down and really rocked it on into the 7th. The 1-2 pitch called for a wide strike 3. Too close to take on that one, and Olsen's down on strikes. 2 away. Olsen wanted that call, but we've talked about this before the last few weeks. A lot of the Braves batters are expecting these calls to go their way. With 2 strikes, you've got to get the bat off your shoulder. It's too close to take. If you think there might be an argument, it's too close to take. First pitch on the way to Darnode is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Early in the count, fair enough. Wait for your pitch. Don't swing at a pitcher's pitch. With 2 strikes, you got to let it fly. The 2-1 pitch, the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. It's 2-0. You don't see the art of the choke up anymore, and I don't think you will much. But when you do see batters choke up with 2 strikes, it's a beautiful thing because they can control that bat so much easier. The 2-0 pitch down below the knees, 3-0. One of the reasons why you choke up like that, it's not just so you can control the bat. It's also because if you choke up, you're not bound to swing at something off the plate. The 3-0, ball 4. So he had a 4-pitch walk. An honest engine. None of them were particularly close. So that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. And the Big Bear slammed one out of the building back in the 7th inning, really got it going. First pitch on the way to Marcell is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Marcell now with 15 home runs. He's on pace. 16 home runs. He's on pace as the 0-1 misses inside. 1-1. To hit about 35 this year. $37 RBIs, but that's just where he hits in the order. There's usually not a lot of guys on base. They've usually already crossed the plate. The 1-1 to Marcell in the dirt, 2-1. Winder about to throw his 17th pitch of the inning. The tall right-hander looks in. The wind up the pitch. Down below the knees. They're going to say he went around. I don't know about that one, 2-2. And Ozuna has a smile like, what? It's 2-2. Not really worth getting in an argument. It's not like you're going to win the argument and you still have a strike to play with. He held up. Said it before and I'll stick by it. Tom Hanahan has dinner reservations. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 3. So a full count. And honestly, this game's moving along pretty quickly. I was thinking back to, the past week or so, we've been starting at 6:40. This game is just barely past the 2-hour mark. And if everything goes right, we've only got a half inning left. The 3-2 to Marcel on the way. Swing! And that ball is ripped over to third. It'll be a 5-3 put out to end the inning. Braves threat but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. 5, 6, and 7 coming to the plate, and it looks like Mr. Yates is coming out of the pen.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
Armchair.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nope, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the 3 outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Going to go ahead and squeeze in these turn back times as we go through here. Last inning, Kirby Yates comes on. On this date in 1916, the Indians become the first major league club to field a team with uniforms at Cleveland's League Park versus the White Sox. However, the large numerals on the player's left sleeve, corresponding to the scorecards, last just a few weeks and is abandoned by year's end of the concept. On this date, 1920, the great Lou Gehrig hits his first home run in a major league park as the first pitch on the way from Yates is right there at the strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Castro 0 for 3. Righty-lefty matchup. It comes when Lou Gehrig in a high school championship game between the New York School of Commerce and Chicago's Lane Tech in Wrigley Field, at the time was called Cubs Park, as the 0-1 misses off the plate 1-1. 17-year-old hit home run in the friendly confines again in 1932 in Game 3 of the World Series as the Yankees took out the Cubs. Of course, that was the famous World Series where the famous called shot by Babe Ruth. That was way back in 1920, 103 years ago today. On this date, 1944, New York City in the Polo Grounds, is the 1-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swing and rifles it foul. 94 up top. It's 1-2. The Polo Grounds in New York City in 1944, in the middle of World War II. Over 50,000 fans looking on. The 3 New York Major League teams face each other in a 6-inning, 3-team game. The team played consecutive innings as the 1-2 pitch misses away. Fouls it back. It's 1-2. A team would play consecutive innings against the other two teams and then sit out an inning to raise money for the war bonds. The charity contest, billed as the tri-corner baseball game, ends with the Dodgers scoring 5 runs as the 1-2 pitch from Yates is off the plate wide, 2-2. Dodgers scored 5, Yankees and Giants both tallying 1 run apiece. That was in 1944. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left center field on the run. Making the catch is Rosario for out number 1. So 1 away. And on this date, 1968, one of my favorite players of all time, the great Bob Gibson, Cardinals right-hander, tossed his 5th consecutive shutout as he blanks the Pirates 3-0 in the first game of a doubleheader. The future Hall of Famer accomplishment is one shy of the major league mark set earlier in the month by Don Drysdale of the LA Dodgers. First pitch from Yates on the way is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-0. Solano, who's 0 for 3, righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 up top. Man, he's got it going tonight. 0-2. Birthdays here in Braves country. We'll have to do a little faster than normal. The baseball birthdays. Eli White turns 29. The great Derek Jeter, 49, along with Jason Kendall. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is shot into center field, just past the outstretched glove of Ozzie Albies. You could tell the disgust on Kirby Yates' face because it was a ball that just got under the glove of Ozzie. He's kicking the dirt. They were playing him to pull, and you might say, well then why pitch him? The ball was 95 and in, and somehow he shot it away from himself. So a heck of an at bat there by Solano. Back to the birthdays. Eli White, 29. Derek Jeter, 49. Jason Kendall, the old hind catcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, he is 49. First pitch on the way to Gallo is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Gallo representing the only run scored by Minnesota so far tonight. Thankfully, he's not representing the tying run now. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees on the edge. It's 1-1. Non-baseball birthdays. Shannon Sharp, he's 55. Michael Vick, former Falcon, is 43. Chris O'Donnell is 53. It's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 1-2. Sean Hayes, the guy that played Jack on Will and Grace, if you remember that show, he's 53 as well. This one seemed weird to me. Chris Isaac is 67. I would have thought him to be much younger. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. It's 2-2. Ariana Grande is 30. One of my favorites, Gretchen Wilson, turns 50, and that's your birthdays. So you got 1 on, 1 out, the 2-2, the wind up, the pitch, swing, and rifles it back out of play. Slaps it against the screen behind the backstop. We'll do it again at 2-2. The results are in there on that poll. I'll keep it open for a little longer, but it looks like by a narrow margin, folks prefer the All-Star game to represent as the 2-2 misses outside wide 3-2. The All-Star game to represent the winner. That league hosts the World Series. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He pulled the string on that one. Splitter on the edge. And there's 2 away. That was a beautiful pitch by Yates. When he was in his heyday, that was his money pitch. Almost works as almost like a changeup. That is really funny underwater. Yeah, Chris Isaac. In fact, the thing that I find is the birthdays on. That's all they had listed. Is that he sang WEEKDAYS? That's like his only song. First pitch on the way to Byron Buxton is down and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Buxton coming in to pinch hit for Farmer. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup, kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's blasted down the left field line. Bending, just foul. Holy Toledo. That thing was smacked up against the facade. Byron Buxton. It's from Appling County, Baxley, Georgia. It's from Baxley, Georgia, the 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. So I know a lot of Braves fans would love to bring him home one day, but he just signed a huge extension. That goes right there with a lot of the other things that we're always hoping and wishing for. Yeah, we want him, but nobody wants what you want to give for him. The 2-1 pitch. Strike 2 right there at the knees. Runner moved up to second on catcher's indifference. Defensive indifference, excuse me. So the Twins are down to their last strike, their last out. The tying run is on deck, so Yates would really like to get Buxton here and not have to face him. We'll face the tying run tomorrow in tomorrow's matchup. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him. And that'll end the game. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 4-1 in what was one heck of a game. Another, good Lord Almighty, another just white knuckler down here. We're getting accustomed to these. Braves win it 4-1, take game 1 of the series against the AL Central leading Minnesota Twins. Very good team in their own right. Get the numbers for you here in a second. Atlanta wins the game. Spencer Strider, I know on your screen it says 8-2, but he will go to 9-2. Kirby Yates will get his first save of the year, and Sonny Gray will go to 4-2. So just add 1 to everything that's on that screen. It has not updated. But I think all in all, everyone liked this screen better as it was. So we'll stick with this. But this is y'all's Braves country as much as it is anybody's. So if there's anything you want done, please feel free to give me suggestions. So I'm here to bring y'all the best experience for Braves country baseball. Real quick recap. Strider gets the win, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, an earned run, 2 walks, 3 hits allowed. I think you got to give him the game ball. In a game where we really needed someone to go the distance because of a number of reasons, but mainly because of that Cincinnati series really took a hurting on the bullpen. And for McHugh and Heller to come in and spell the 8th, and Yates come in and slam the door in the 9th, it was a great pitching affair. Of course, we got home runs by Ronald Acuna Jr. and Marcell Ozuna. Don't forget the RBI by Travis d'Arnaud earlier in the game. And this game finished up in 2 hours and 23 minutes. How nice and tidy is that? It's a long cry from what we were doing in Cincinnati. We have to get sleeping bags out. Almost a sellout. We missed a sellout by about 75 people. No, 60. 65 people. 99% capacity. 65 people. 65 people get up off the couch. We would have sold this sucker out too. Great fan support out there this year for Braves Country. I can't wait to see what their totals will be at the end of the year, how many folks go through that gate. Braves were minus 235 on the money line. They were almost an even. It was a minus 110 at first pitch on the run line. So if you took them on the run line, you covered that as well. The under hit. The over-under was 8.5. And the game is in the books. Well, we're going to go ahead and jam on out of here. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out here with us, Braves Country. We're back tomorrow night, 7:20 first pitch. Please hit that like button before you leave, and hopefully you subscribe. And we'll see you tomorrow, Braves versus Twins. It'll be 7:20 first pitch again as we're in Atlanta. And then Wednesday's game, we'll bring that as well. It's an early game, so bring an earbud to the office. 12:20 first pitch. It'll be, we don't know who'll be pitching. Tomorrow, it's Bryce Elder Day. So Braves get that win. We'll leave you with that, and y'all have a great night. We'll be back on Braves Country today. Tomorrow, we go live 3 to 5. Have a great one, Braves Country. Braves win 4-1, game 1 of a 3-game set.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl were a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country